Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, the roots. Go to the roots, to the roots. Yeah, man, you know, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, you know, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me today. As you can see, just like the title says, Pan-Africanism, is it the new church? And today, I'm going to share that with you for you to, hear, some of the claims I'm going to make here. And these are not just mere claims. I want you to realize that these are observed situations, things that's been happening, even though we can use like what you're seeing in front of you right now as the example, because these examples is what is standing out in front of all of us. So this is what I'm going to be talking about here today, and the delusion that is being sold to people, their packaging, their fears, their dreams. These people that you're seeing in front of you right here, these people have represented themselves as Pan-Africans, and you can see where that's been taking people to, not a good place. So I'll allow you to see the faces that are being represented today. As you know, the Pan-African movement itself. Let me get to the camera here. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me. You're watching the Africanism Report. Please make sure as you're walking in, hit that like button. And if you're not subscribed, please make sure you subscribe to the channel. Because the reason why this channel is here is not to attack, chastise, or hate on anyone. It's completely the opposite. Is for sensitization, because I've seen many people, they're in the minority, but they did come in the comment section. For some reason, some of these comments are not showing, but they are very upset at, the truths that I'm speaking. And the thing is, if you disagree, if you believe that whatever I'm saying is totally false, or you think it's hate, please elaborate on it. But this brings us to the part where, this is truly, truly a religion. Starting with Marcus Garvey himself. So as time went on, it continued to evolve. As you can see, you have your Dr. Umar Johnson's, because there's different levels to this. But at the end of the day, when you think about it, ladies and gentlemen, what does it come down to? Let's just be real. It comes down to economics. It comes down to money, where people are deliberately coming to you. They are coming to you, telling you that, we should go to Africa. These people themselves are not from, these African countries that they're claiming for you to go to. Because when they say Pan-Africanism, if you notice, there is always some sort of resources, economics attached to it. It's not different than a church, because when you go to churches, what do they do? They pass the plate around, and in that plate you have to drop the service in. Whose lifestyle are you furnishing in that church? That's what you should be asking. For example, I gave like Dr. Umar Johnson as an example, right? This is his lifestyle. He came from a place where, he grew up, he heard people talking about Pan-Africanism, the return back to Africa. I don't want anyone to mistake this. At one time, the Pan-African energy was needed because you know what? Black Africans, not only in Africa, but throughout the world, were under the knee of white colonialists. So our pain, our suffering was similar. We needed to be free, whether we are able to see each other or not, but our conditions were very similar. So we stood up and fought for our freedom, whether you know it or not. Despite many other Pan-Africanists claiming, Western Pan-Africanists, once in America, they are the loudmouths. They are pretty good with words. They know how to package this and sell it to you for you to swallow it wholesale. There's a style to it. But you, being an unsuspecting individual, being a vulnerable person, feeling alienated in the Western society, when in fact, this has absolutely nothing to do with other people because your issues are with yourself. But if you find people that you share the same pain with, there's nothing wrong, banding together to try to conquer that. But it has to come individually. But the moment people try to sell oppression to you, you should kick back and start asking yourself, what is going on? This is what many people are not doing. This is what many people are not doing. The Church of Pan-Africanism is hijacked by very, very aggressive, ignorant scammers. Maybe at one point, like I said, when, African countries were colonized, the Pan-African spirit was needed. But guess who Africa wasn't calling to? It's not the people that are claiming, Pan-Africanism, putting their fist up, marching, in America, in the white man's country, talking about Pan-Africanism. The thing that always blows my mind, none of them, they don't want to go to Africa. I've been to these Pan-African meetings. It's very funny. You see them even here on YouTube. Anything you say, especially if they're talking about Africa, your point of view, it doesn't matter. In fact, they claim to be responsible for saving every African country. And today they are still exhibiting that. They told you and I that they want to repatriate to Africa because they suffered in Babylon. Have you heard this song? Give me a one-way ticket, going back to Africa to live it. In a Babylon, a suffer, I die. I want to go back to my yard. So these songs have been around. If you're Jamaican, you are familiar with the song I just sang, and African. So I can totally see how people hold on to that fantasy. And some people, to them, this is true. They work, they save their money, pack their stuff, and leave the Western world for good. And then you have the other segment where you have quote-unquote consultants. If you notice, most of them, they are not, they just co-opted the Pan-African movement and made it their own. And the problem is, right now, there is no one coming out trying to, tell these people, what they are doing is not right. It's delusional. They are scammers. If you dare speak against anything that is going on, or even just question it, they start going like, hold on, brother. This is the American Pan-Africanist. Listen now. Let me tell you, brother, you don't understand the plight of the black man. 10,000 years ago, we were down in Egypt. Now the white man showed up. Hold on, brother. Let me pontificate on this, enumerate tell you how the pharaohs were down in Egypt. I'm like, okay, take it. All right, hold on. You see, everything I've just told you sound gibberish. Yeah, it is gibberish because they keep repeating these things in your ear. But if you take the time, just listen carefully to what they are saying, especially like the Prince of Pan-Africanism. This man, like Dr. Umar, he calls himself the Prince of Pan-Africanism, right? Just listen to him. He would repeat the same thing over and over. The white man, the white man. And people are like, yay. Oh, Dr. Umar is so smart. So everybody is watching. And other people like Kwesi Boyd, the black seed over there in Gambia, the Bag family. This is where the power of the camera come into play. They know how to talk. They know how to speak. And pretty soon you start being mesmerized by their story. The story starts out with victimhood. Because guess what? Black people, all black people, I mean, not all, but I'm talking about majority. If it doesn't apply, just let it fly. They identify with victimhood. So now, these people, they come to you. They pretend like they are your friend. That's what a wolf in a sheep clothing is. They try to identify with you, just like the pastor in the other churches would do. They put you to sleep by pretending to diagnose your pain. The pain that you yourself created in your head. It is a fantasy. You have to realize when you're talking to these Pan-Africanists, they are not offering you anything that is current. They are using the past glory of Pan-Africanism, package it, and now they are selling it because it doesn't exist anymore. This is why you would hear them tell, oh, you Africans, we are the only true Pan-Africanists. Of course, you live in a Western world. You live in America. They have a strong economy. This is, the white man's economy, by the way. So you can criticize the white man. You can say, don't you know I'm watching you? Criticizing the white man, calling him the devil, and then the next minute you are begging him. Don't you realize I'm watching you complain about the white man, and at the same time, the same Africa that you're bigging up, the moment an African comes by, you no longer want to be African. In fact, you start talking trash about Africa. So this is why if you're an African, you are the real litmus test for when someone says they're Pan-Africans. Because don't play delusional games, because they would like to tell you, hey, listen here, little brother. Did you know the white man is the reason why you are in the economic situation that you are in? I'm like, actually, nah. I'm like, do you know your economic condition is due to you refusing to get an actual job, opening up a real business? Do you understand that? I can't even believe how easy it is to scam black people. I can't believe it. Because these Pan-Africanists, man, they are making a killing in this Pan-Africanist game. And on top of that, they have protection. If you guys watch the Unapologetic Negropeans interview today, because I won't call that an interview. He brought the Gambian guy named, Gibi Njai. So this is people, you have to realize, this is not only, the black Americans, black British or Jamaicans. No, there are Africans involved in this. There are Africans that swallow this. Just listen to them when they talk. They are telling you we. Who is we? Look here, there is no we. You tell me how you got deported from the United States. Yesterday you told us you were deported. Today is voluntary deportation. Next minute you got a green card. When we wanted to see you on camera, you had some sort of surgery within 24 hours. We saw you Keep working at a barbecue, having fun, talking smack, telling us how you're living good. So people, this is what you're seeing. Your money. If you don't know what to do with your money, these Pan-Africanists know what to do with your money. They are blinding you, telling you that, oh, we are all black. We can go to Africa and do this and this and that. But what you don't realize is in Africa, they have different countries in Africa. And we know the laws are not the same. So you, from an African country, you know this. Clearly, it's clear to you as day is. But you play along. People, ask yourself, why are these people playing along? It seems just like a religion. It's mostly women that are following these people. They prey on their low self-esteem. They start calling them queen. You know, this is why you see the single mother yesterday. Because she says she's married, but even if you look at her picture, she's showing legs, half nakedness. And when the people called her out for it, she couldn't shut up about talking about her flabby thighs. And people are like trying to say the people that commented on that were evil people. This is what you have with black people everywhere. So they say they want to unite with Africa. But in African countries, our values are not the same. What these people are selling, nobody is buying. So when you push them, they try telling you, Africa is a shithole. Well, thank you. Thanks for letting me know. If it's such a shithole, why are you trying to come to Africa? Why are you looking for African acceptance? This should be the question. But they are not trying to be African. What they are trying to do is to continue, brainwashing their unsuspecting followers, who are willing fools, by the way. You know what? This is what blows my mind. Did you know I have talked to the fake African Pan-Africanists? They've called me. They told me, they said, look, they're like, hey bro, don't you should be talking about black progress and all. I said, that's what I'm talking about. How black people should progress. How black people shouldn't take their hard-earned money and give it to somebody because they are telling them that they are a princess, they are a queen. You should come and, invest in Africa. These people know nothing about investment. They know nothing about business. If you've watched the Negropeans channel today, that should be clear to you. Here's an individual that came right in front of you and flip-flopped. His story was completely different from yesterday. When they asked him, he said, oh, that was yesterday. This is who you want to do business with? But some people will. Some people will. Let me see. Thanks. Can you tell me why? Because I have many haters. Look, it's just like religions. You cannot criticize an ignorant follower's religion. It's not possible. The landed would, they would debate you. They would want to know what is going on. You look at the people that are claiming to be Pan-Africans. They say, let's move to Africa together because we are oppressed by the white man. But you notice, right? The moment they come in contact with Africans, some of the few that went there, now all of a sudden they are ballers. They are telling Africans about how dusty and rusty, our countries are. They start asking us, oh, what are you doing for your country? How about that's none of your business? You notice a lot of these people, they cry about how they are oppressing America. But now all of a sudden they are assuming the role of the white man's burden. Now they are saving Africa. Guess what? With whose money? Exactly. You answered it. Your money. Your money. You have some, because even Like you look at even honestly the unapologetic Negropean himself. Okay, he said he's bringing these people to expose them. I like that we're having the conversation along this line because I have always known them to be scammers. Because let me tell you, I have met people who are deep down about this Pan-Africanist thing. Let me tell you, you know, your Rasta man, even those people are scams. You would see them come talk bad about white people, and then you look around, she's got a white woman with a dashiki on. She's also a Pan-Africanist. You're like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Don't you have you just spoke all bad about white women. White people, you got a white wife. They're like, hold on, little brother. She has been spiritually changed. I'm like, what? So these people, they just make the rules as they go. But I don't blame them. I blame you that keep buying into it. That's why I said you are a willing participant, a willing fool. You guys have seen that guy Kwesi. You see how he's living over there in Gambia. It looks like he's having a great time with your money. You are not even allowing yourself to be realistic to know that the Gambia, when it comes to money, economics, is way poor. What are all these people doing for money? That's what you should be asking. This is what you should be asking. But guess what? No, you that is sitting home watching them, you are sponsoring their lifestyle. Look, it's one thing, I get it. If you want to donate to somebody, that's fine. That's fine. But let me see some of the comments here, because they are moving so fast. Let's see. To Niger, what has scammers got to do with Pan-Africanism? Scammers will scam anyone based on what they love, need, or want. Okay. Yes. You've said two things there, and both things are correct. But today we're dealing with the deeds of the Church of Pan-Africanism, the church which I suspect you belong to, Mr. Tunisia. That's the name. And Tunisia, it's okay for you and your people to accept the truth. Because right now, what are you guys doing to help Africa? That's what I want to know. But no, you guys are not helping. If anything, you are taking from the people in the diaspora. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you a story here. Let me give you what I have seen. If you guys notice, if you go back and watch the Negropean's channel, which I said, the Negropean said he is trying to show us the scam. This is why I liked it, right? But he himself started talking about plugging in his company. He's been wearing the shirt. Okay, I get that, but what is going on there? And the Negropean was letting this man slide off, with lying to the viewers. I didn't understand that part. And also, in the beginning, he said some things that I find to be hypocritical, because here's why. He was saying our women, talking about black community women. But if you're not married to a black woman, which he himself said, you no longer can say our women. And this idea that to say our women, I don't get it. Like, if you have already gotten married, especially not to a black woman, I don't think from that point on, even like someone like Kwesi, he's got three black wives, according to him. I don't think you have anything to say to this man. This is why I wasn't trying to be interested in this man's lifestyle. Let's focus on the scamming, because me that is talking here. These scammers have made it difficult for people like me to be able to invest in my own native land. People like that G, there are Gambians who, because it's divided, these people, they focus on diaspora people they're related to and scam them. So when they brought the fact that he scammed his family member, I didn't see any evidence, but he acted shocked. What's there to be shocked about? That is the most common scam game in the Gambia. Most Gambians are scammed by their own relatives or friends because they operate in the sense of, I know this individual versus what is this individual's qualification? What is their reputation? Myself here, like I said, I'm a businessman. So I will ask you genuine questions. So if you are speaking about business, being somebody that knows something about business, and I'm sitting there listening, understand that I'm listening for the part where you are coming up with either an idea that generates money. It doesn't mean you digging deep into people's pocket, grabbing that money without giving back what they expect. That's not business. If you have no idea, you have no background of ever being able to create a successful business. I'm not selling incense doesn't count. Because when you go to these Pan-African, gatherings, I'm like, okay, wait. These people, they are always just selling incense. It's like, I can just go to the dollar store and get it there. What is this about? You guys are talking all this tough thing. You're talking about how wicked the white man is, but then turn around and beg the white man. And you have Africans like Niger, for instance. Niger, somehow he thinks he's truly a Pan-African. But Niger, I suspect he's from Nigeria. Let's have Niger explain to us how this Pan-African movement will help the country called Nigeria. That's what we should be asking him. But you see, the destination is Africa, which is they have to lure you, the unsuspecting black Westerner who has always been dreaming about someday going to Africa. They've told you about the repatriation movement. But nobody told you also you could do this on your own. You could save your money. You could go there and see for yourself exactly what you want to see. But nobody is telling you these things. They want you to give them your money. They shame you into giving them your money. They tell you, oh, it's an urgent thing. You have to leave right now. You have to leave the Western world. They are out here, killing black people. They are out here, hunting black people down. We cannot get jobs. Whoa, wait a minute. Wait a minute now. My brother, wait a minute. What happened to all this tough talk? How you were lecturing the Africans about how you are about to create jobs for them. So you mean to tell me you are leaving the United States of America, the place where there is so much job, there's jobs, opportunities, but there's no jobs, right? Fine. You can find job, then create your own. But no, they are not going to create their own because they don't have the skills. But I take that back, people. They created their job, the business. Guess what the business is? Go back to Africa. They joined the Church of Pan-Africanism, and these people are one of the deacons of that church. They are not at the pastor level. One of them, they are at the deacon level. There's levels to this. Now they've broken down. It started with the Pan-Africanism, and now it branched off to where some of them, they are offshoot of the Pan-African movement, which is, they call themselves ADOS or FBA. So it keeps dividing, breaking down. But you notice they have their African minions. Because you see, one thing I have to say, with Africans, we have some fools amongst us, but they cannot fool us with their, little organizations. We just laugh at it. Nothing makes me laugh when I see West African claiming Egypt. They're telling me ancient Kemet. We are Kemetians. Oh, you run into the black people in America who say they are not Africans. So, but at the end of the day, it comes back to what? Economics. They want your money and they want you to shut up about it. They are going to ask you, right, to send their money to them, your money to them. You won't get what you're sending it for, and there's nothing you can do about it. As you can see, they've accused Juliet of scamming. She said she's not a scammer. Her supporters came and supported her. We've seen people, actual live people, who came and said, no, in fact, we gave this woman money. We've seen videos of this woman saying she sells lands. Now, all of a sudden, she doesn't. One time I was watching her live, and it hit me so hard. They were accepting calls, and there was a black woman that called, old lady. I think she's about 70. Somewhere from, I think, North Carolina or Atlanta. So, look, I live here in America. I know, I've seen the people that call. They are very unsuspecting. They just want to be a part of something. So they take advantage of that. So this old woman, she calls into the Brexit show, and she was so emotional. She was crying because of the things that the Brexit were talking about, because they know they're arousing. There is people like her out there. They're arousing their emotions. She called, she's crying. She's like, I just want to be home. I just want to be home. Lady, your home is America. You're in America. That's your home. But if you want to go to Africa, you could go to Africa as well. But you have to ask yourself, what, prompted that in her? It's almost like a church. She came in, she gave her confession. Because the confession is, they would tell you vague stories about how, wicked the white man is. Or they would talk about it. I say, hey, people that talk about they want America to be a communist country, socialist, whatever. I'm like, hey, cool. America is not a socialist country, but there are socialist places out there you could move to. America is wicked, according to you. There are places out there you could move to. They are not restricting you from moving. But no, they want to collect your money from you because you are a willing participant. You don't know. One thing you have to realize, when you start doing background checks, you notice when it comes to these people, how come every time you check, there is like a checkered background? And they always want to explain it away. They always want to explain it away. And it's like, what is going on? In we that are even from there, I would never send money to anyone over there. Especially seeing that G guy today. Oh my goodness. That guy is part of the Pan-African movement. If you watch their video yesterday, they were having a Pan-African party. They are drinking, smoking, getting high. The lady that sent them money, you guys saw how they treated her. They called her all kind of, bitches and hoes. Accused her of sending, naked pictures. You call that business? Imagine you having that type of dealing with your realtor. Just imagine that. This is not a serious thing. The ladies that I'm seeing that are flocking the streets of this Pan-African movement, they call them the queens. They are queens until they are no longer the queens. Then they call them all kinds of names. You all have seen them. You've seen the type of drama they bring. This is not just over there. In this ghetto black, single mothers, they've been dealing with scammers like this pretty much, throughout their life. Do you know how, back in the days, I don't know about now, but it's very common to see, like these queens, they gotta pay, they buy cars for some of these dudes, pay their bills. So they are continuing that same culture into Africa. That woman, there's no doubt in my mind that she gave these people money. There's no doubt in my mind. Even though they made her look foolish, they made her look stupid in front of everyone. But think about it. These were the same individual talking sweet to you, talking about we should all unite in Africa. But that unity has to cost you. For you to be a part of this group, you have to pay. And you're not paying, because I know a lot of these people, some of you that are sending this money to them to buy lands, I'm sure you've donated to their causes. I'm talking about the parties that you're seeing. But you think you are helping. You look at the Bag family. They went there. They got the land. They're telling you, me, and everybody that they're employing the Gambians. I'm watching. I'm like, you guys are going to find out. This is not going to go well. This guy is not hiring professional builders. All of a sudden, he wants to be a builder. He's not serious. Every one of them want to come up with a project, but you gotta pay for the project. At least the Bag family, they are better. As far as I can tell, they didn't get into the land business. No, they didn't get in the land sales. They got their land and doing their thing. I don't think they are a deacon of the church, even though they started out that way. You have Kati. I remember Kati. There was a time, I think that's when she was planning on going to Gambia. All of a sudden, I saw this woman's channel popped up, in the Gambian circle where I was at, in Facebook land. She was doing her shows every day, dancing, and then she would talk about Pan-Africanism, and then she would talk about her herbs, the herb juices. Then she goes over there to Gambia. Look, let me tell you. Yes, the Gambia, the economy is not like the United States. It's pay as you go. The government is not going to help you. No one's going to help you. You talk about being a real pioneer. If you truly want to test yourself to see if you got what it takes, that's the place there. That's where it is. You are on your own. If you make it, it's on you. If you fail, it's on you. So you can go buy the land. Some of you call it the virgin land. So if you're truly about transforming the country, that's what you would get. And build something that no one has ever seen. But these guys, they want to talk about the Chinese, the Indians, and then they complain about the Gambians. Oh, they're jacking up the price. These are broke people. The Chinese and the Indians, they are getting the white people price. You do realize that, right? So you put your money where your mouth is. Even me right here, I'm not a white person, but I guarantee you, my standard now, is higher. I'm talking about economically than your average Gambian. So somebody jacked up the price by even $100. What's that gonna take from me? I'm not going to complain about that. That's not a big deal. If the land is worth it for me, if it's worth it, I'll buy it just like the Chinese are buying it. But no, they complain, oh, the Chinese, oh, this and that. They're jacking the price for the Chinese. But the Chinese and the whites, they're looking at the value in the long run. Because guess what? You cannot eat money. You can't take money and feed yourself. Okay? Just money by itself, it's gonna, your money is just going down. It's not appreciating. You know this. But if you buy a land, it's just going to appreciate. Simple as that. Let me see some of the comments here. Let's see. Africanism, I heard the land price Gambia is going up good. Man, Frimpong, I'm not surprised by that. I'm not surprised. Frimpong is saying the land prices are going up. Absolutely. Because we have vultures. We have real estate agents like Kwesi. We have that Gibi, the Gambian guy, who, by the way, said he voluntarily deported himself from the U.S. Then he went on to say he had a green card. People, do you know what it takes for you to get deported out of the U.S.? Do you understand how hard that is? But if you get deported from the U.S., especially after having a green card, guess what? That means you've committed, real felony. Felony that cannot be reversed. So this is why they don't want you to talk about, what happened, what this guy's life was like. Because they want to take your money. Okay, I'm going to bring in St. James. The conversation will continue still. Let's see here. Hey, St. James, thank you for joining me. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you, Africanism. Thank you for bringing me, man. I appreciate it.
Hey, no problem. What do you think about what you're hearing so far about the Church of Pan-Africanism?
Oh, man, I really like what you are saying today, man. I appreciate it, man. You are exposing everything we spoke about, and there is nothing more to say about it. Anybody that's complaining that do not agree with what you're saying, they can hit the link and come in, right?
That's right.
Okay. And I have a question for you, right?
Yes.
For us living in the West, you hear a lot of people going back to Africa telling us we don't know anything about white people. Let's say more about Chinese and all this crap, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they get to Africa and they get to complain about the same people that told us that we don't know about.
Right.
So can you explain more about that?
Let me tell you something here, St. James. Thank you for bringing that up. People, I have been living in this land called the United States of America for quite some time. Okay? And I can assure you, you meet people who, these same people, they will tell you about quote-unquote racism. And you're like, explain it to me. Okay, so you are telling me I know nothing about this, but if I ask you to explain it to me, now you start getting offended. You start, getting bent out of shape. That tells me you are lying. So now, you and I that live in this country, they know that we know the facts. You notice they don't bring us into this mess. They know that we know the truth. But because of the people, it's a church. For them to capture the mind of the people, they have to lie to them. To tell them that the Chinese are over in Africa, taking over. So therefore, these people should send their money for them to buy the land. Is their right to be in Africa. It is all a money grabbing scheme. Just like the race hustling is. You and I know the Chinese are not controlling us. We know this. The Chinese are dealing with the government. You see? They are dealing with the government. But these people, they don't have anything that makes sense. So therefore, they have to blame it on the Chinese. It's just a blame game.
So it's just a blame game because they don't have the capital to play the game like the Chinese are doing, right?
Yes.
Okay, it's just a blame game, just to
To deflect.
deflect the investor, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
Because
to keep the game going.
because to bring up the Chinese, right? Okay, like the video we saw. Have you seen the video in Sierra Leone where the Chinese guy and the Sierra Leonean guy were in a fight? Have you seen that video?
Yes, I've seen it. Yes, I've seen
Okay.
it.
Clearly you could see the Sierra Leonean guy is larger than the Chinese guy. You see, I spent my very early childhood life in Sierra Leone. Okay? I can assure you, especially no Chinese is about to control or beat up no Sierra Leonean. I can tell you that much. Okay? That's not about to happen. But these people sat on their platform, even though we saw the video. They have to sell it as, oh, the Chinese is over there beating up Africans. So therefore, we got to save the Africans. But they forgot that they were the same people telling us that. They were getting their drawers kicked in, by the white people. All this time, they have all this power. They know how to stop the white man. But they forgot that they're telling us that they are running away because of the white man. Which, by the way, is not true. Because right now, you see what is going on in America with these stimulus checks.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, these single mothers, Kwesi knows the stimulus checks were rolling. So these single mothers, they came up big. So he's collecting the money from them. Think about it. Back in the days, the scammers, they only, to collect money from the single moms is during tax season. Tax season. Can you imagine that woman having 7 children? She's in Germany, but she can still claim them on her taxes. She can still get the stimulus check.
Yeah, that would be a lot of money for Tracy, bro.
Exactly my point. So it is predators, preying on this, vulnerable people who themselves have allowed themselves to be taken by the Church of Pan-Africanism. These deacons in the Church of Pan-Africanism, these are the most dangerous people on these YouTube streets. These people, they operate like real wolves. This is why I put the picture there.
Yeah.
These people are real wolves.
When you were having that discourse with Kwesi the other day, right? Mm-hmm. And he was challenging your business acumen, and you asked him about what they were doing in the Gambia, and he deflected and he started talking about Africa is being colonized and there's prostitution all over the place, right?
Right.
And my question, let's say I'm asking you the question so you can help me understand how someone who come from a first world country decide to go to a third world country where the country is being colonized and there is prostitution everywhere. So how someone can make a rational decision to jump into that country? So can you help the people understand the kind of people that we're dealing with?
Okay, people. Thank you. I'm glad you brought that up. See, most people don't realize they are dealing with idiots. Okay? I think St. James, you dropped there. But I'm going to answer his question. We're dealing with idiots. The moment I started talking to Kwesi, I know some of you who are Kwesi's supporters started talking about, oh, this Afridamos guy is being negative. Okay? St. James, can you hear me? St. James, are you there? Okay, there he is. Unmute yourself.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. I'm sorry.
So like I was saying, Kwesi, okay, it's a tactic that they use. Because when I came on, he realizes that this guy, he's not about this game. He's not playing our game. He knows what he's talking about. So he's here to expose the lies. But he's not attacking me. He's going to make me say it myself. So this is why he deflected to, he said, oh, there's sex tourism in Gambia. It's a shaming tactic. As if I would be ashamed and say, oh, how dare we can talk about that. I do not play those games. If something is wrong, I would always talk about it. So they use the same technique on white people and it works. They say, oh, you're racist if you speak the truth. So with Gambians, now you notice, they would tell us, oh, what about that sex tourism? But little did we know. These people, they accuse white people, but you've heard it. When they got mad at each other, they started exposing themselves. They started exposing one another. In fact, they are participating in this sex tourism thing that they are talking about. Because you go around there, do you think it's only all white women over there robbing the cradle? You see all white women, going there to have, sex with young men? No. You are seeing, single mamas, black American, black British, some of them, they are old too. They are shriveled up just like the white ladies. They are hooking up with young men, as they are young enough to be their grandsons. So this is not a white thing. So these people, what these people are doing, it's an abomination. We should call it that. Because the fact of the matter is, they are not only preying on the kindness of the people back over there, the unsuspecting people. No, they are preying on their own people here. Hold on. I'm going to add someone else here too. Oh, can you hear me? Give me a second. All right. Can you hear us, Chef Chima?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, Chef Chima. Hang on. Let me finish.
Yes, I can.
Okay. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Baltimore and Maryland, but my family's originally from Nigeria.
Nigeria. Welcome on the show.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no problem. So, Chima, what you've heard so far, do you think you would look at it and say, no, Afridamus, you are getting this wrong. These people want to save Africa, but you just don't understand it. Afridamus, you are a hater. All you're doing is trying to stop black progress. If that's what I'm doing, Chima, by all means, enlighten me. Let me know. What would you say?
To be honest, honestly, it's fair for you to ask them, what black progress have these guys brought exactly? Can you ask them that?
I have.
Will they be answering to that?
I have asked them, but they called me a hater.
Sure.
Yeah. They said I'm a hater. You see? Even today, earlier, St. James, you can talk on this. St. James, yesterday you invited me to a show. In fact, they are supposed to be Pan-Africans. But there was a lot of Afrophobic talk there. I would say xenophobic talk. And this is directed to Africans. Can you elaborate here, St. James, what that was all about?
For me, living in America, like I always say, man, it's a bunch of nothing, right? Mm-hmm. So as you can see, you got a group of people who get on YouTube talking about African being a non-factor, African immigrant, right, in the United States, being a non-factor to the movement of ADOS, right?
Right.
But on the flip side, they go on YouTube and bash Africans that we are stopping the movement, right? That we don't want reparation for that. We don't want the U.S. government to give them reparations. So you don't see us on Capitol Hill discussing that with politicians. We never lobby any politician in the United States to stop them from getting reparations, but they always get on YouTube and talk about us. Every single video they put on YouTube is about Africans, and they say they don't have us in mind, which is not true, and you can see it. If they don't talk about us, who else are they going to talk about? The white man? The white man left them alone a long time ago. We all can see that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They told them get it together and come back so we can have a discussion, which is normal.
Right.
But they don't seem to get it together, so they have to blame somebody else for not being able to get it together.
Like,
So
I'd like to add something.
This is my takeaway from that.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, like whenever they talk about Africans, like they won't even talk about the everyday African. They'll find some like random African like mainstream talking head they see on like MSNBC or
Right.
CNN who says the stupidest stuff about black diasporans or even other Africans. They'll point to that and say, "You see, this is how all Africans or all black immigrants act," which is stupid.
Yeah, and Chima, were you born in Nigeria or the United States?
The U.S.
The U.S. So you are a United States citizen for sure, no doubt, right? But do
Yeah.
you know these people? They are saying that they're still calling people like you an immigrant. This is not.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine a white person. Do you think a white person would call you an immigrant?
Yeah, like more than just immigrant. Like these guys are calling us like ungrateful immigrants, ungrateful migrants, anchor babies, and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But a white person just sees me as a regular
American
black person. That's it.
Exactly. Yeah. See. That's another thing. Okay, you immigrating. Like you grew up here. So you went to school. Did you go to school with a lot of black people?
I went to school with basically everyone.
Everyone. So it's a mix. It's a mixed society community, like it is in many areas. So like your parents, they took care of you, and so as far as you can tell, are you guys riding on the coattails of black Americans?
Not necessarily. I mean, because of the civil rights movement, we are here. Yeah, but
you see,
it.
but you see the civil rights movement, right? "Quote unquote" civil right. That's actually not why we are here. Because if you read, they said they were fighting against what? The Jim Crow law, segregation, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If you look at it, Nigerians have been coming to the United States and England, especially back in the 70s when Nigeria's economy was stronger. The naira was going toe to toe with the dollar and the pounds.
Yeah.
So they, the Western world, they need Nigerian money to be spent here. So what they are not telling you, new immigrants that come here, unless they bring them as refugees, but when you come here, you are in fact adding to the economy. So this is why we cannot see eye to eye with the Pan-Africanists, because they want people like me, you and I, to buy into that. I immigrated here by myself. I wasn't born here, right? And all my dealings is with the United States government. Just, because if somebody believe it, like I bought my way into the U.S., tell me how, ask me how. Because filing for that green card, you have to pay. I have
And it's
to.
not cheap either.
It's not. I have to work and contribute to the U.S. economy. You see what I'm saying? So you are not here, for cheap. But my question to these people is, there is way more Hispanic immigrants here. There is Russians, there's Europeans, there's other people. Why is there focus on African immigrants? And there's only about 2 million Africans from all the different countries in Africa, because they are claiming that they are the reason why we are here. But there's a lot of Africans in Europe. Who's the reason for the Africans being in Europe then?
They can't tell you.
Exactly, they cannot tell you. If you talk about Africa's independence, who was fighting to gain independence in African countries?
It was us.
Exactly.
And
So-
not only that, during those fights, like they like to talk as if they basically gave it to us. Like, nah, we actually had to spill blood for that independence.
They were yesterday, St. James, you were on a panel that asked the question for people to name one African, that is well known for fighting white people. They claim there is no African country that fought against white men. So this is for the African Pan-Africanist church members. They should hear this part. If they don't know this part, then they are ignorant. We shouldn't be even listening to these people. Robert Mugabe ousted Ian Smith's government, which is the white colonialist government, used to be called Rhodesia, fought a civil war. I'm talking about fighting the military. And guess who won? We all know how that ended. Robert Mugabe won. Nelson Mandela, he was called a terrorist, right? Why was he called a terrorist? We should look into all that. You look at Zambia, Malawi, even Kenya. You come to Ghana. A lot of people don't even know that Kwame Nkrumah, when he won, did you know Kwame Nkrumah was in prison when he won the election? Did you know this? Because he was fighting against the white colonialists in the Gold Coast. You see? So we should be the ones lecturing these people. They shouldn't be the ones lecturing us. So this is why Kwesi, when he asked me, did I know if the Gambia is colonized? Then the next day he called me a fake intellectual. I take that as a compliment, because he's admitting that he is too ignorant to come toe-to-toe to me. You see? So I want people to open their eyes and see the game that has been run on them. They are creating chaos. They are creating confusion. They are trying to shame you. They are trying to turn you into a hater, because the hatred is in their hearts. Why are they worried about white people? Why are they worried about Chinese? Why are they worried about everybody except themselves? If you want to save people, today, right now in Chicago, it's weekend. Last week, 95 people were shot. In fact, I'll be bringing you guys the news tomorrow, because I'm waiting for more shootings to take place tonight. It's the weekend.
Mayor is black, right? Don't forget it. The mayor is black.
The mayor is black.
Chicago.
The police chief is black. In
Black.
Atlanta, the mayor is black. You go to Baltimore, your city, the mayor is black, right?
Yeah.
That's-
And
that's-
let
that's-
me add to that.
Yeah,
you know
go
how
ahead.
many homicides have been in Baltimore up to date?
Plenty, I bet.
Like 300. 300.
Chima, how about sex trafficking in Baltimore, Atlanta, California,
Oh, yeah.
Ohio, Florida?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Do you think as African, we are supposed to sit here and be lecture about those things?
No, not really.
Okay. Because, the biggest problem we are having right now, let's just be real. we are having a group of people who are the bottom feeders in America. They cannot cut it in the Western world. They cannot compete in a real capitalist society. So now they want to go to Africa. There's nothing wrong with it. You see opportunity, you think you can make it there. Hey, put your money where your mouth is. Nothing wrong with it. But now, if you have to tell us, do you want to compete with the Chinese, the Indians? If that, no one's stopping. If you got the cash, guess what? Money talks in Africa and bullshit walks. That's everywhere. But they're like, oh, come on, brother. We are black. We are from all over Africa. You know, we want to return to our rightful land. Fine. Show up. Show up, you know, because it's beginning to turn people off. We want them to come. In the beginning, like now, I talked to some people who used to support this Pan-African repatriation thing. I'm actually shocked by, you know, how they've changed their mind. They are like, man, we don't need this. You know, we need qualified people. Like when I was coming to America, right? Do you think I'm just some street kid they allowed off the street to come in here? That's not what happened. They made sure I would be able to compete and participate in this society. They didn't just go pick me off the street. Like, you know, for example, you guys have seen some of them, their videos. They try to put cameras on. They're like, oh, look at these street kids. These African diasporans, the ones that moved to Africa, they are not helping their people. Dude, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I thought you went to Africa because you got kicked away by the white man. That's what's going on. St. James, what, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
St. James, can you talk about that lady that's calling herself a lawyer, the Black Excellence? I know she's an affirmative action hire, because there's no way that woman is a real lawyer. What do you think?
Well, at first for me, you know, I was trying to know exactly what she was doing, you know, because of the things she was saying about Africans here in America. And come to find out, she has a thing going with the Nigerians, right?
So the Nigerian broke her heart.
Right, Nigeria.
Chima, why are you guys breaking?
Chima.
I don't know what this lady is.
Y'all got issues here in America. What's going on? Everybody's talking about you, man. Come to find out, you guys have problem with my African American brothers and sisters. What's going on?
I honestly don't know. I'm not the right person to ask about that.
You know what?
You kind of surprised about. So when you go online and you see that vitriol, so you kind of surprised about it, or what's the deal?
I mean, at first I was, but in the end, I kind of like come to expect it. To be honest with you,
does the Nigerian community in Baltimore even talk about, you know,
blacks?
I know they talk about it, but do they really like mention Black Americans as a whole when they speak or when they have gatherings?
Yeah.
Okay, in what aspect?
Like, did they mention Black Americans? Not really, no.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So are you guys impeding the progress here in America, like as Nigerians?
No. Not that I know.
Okay. Do you know that guy named Chingy in Detroit? You know him?
You said Chingy?
Yeah, the guy that says he's gonna cancel a Black History Month.
I've heard the name, yeah.
Okay, if someone like that, a Nigerian guy, someone like that comes to Baltimore, right? And he's having a meeting with the Nigerians, and he says he's gonna cancel Black History Month. What the Nigerian community would think about him?
I mean, to be honest, they won't. To be honest, they won't. They don't think anything about him really.
Yeah, they don't care.
Okay, so he's a nobody,
They don't
right? He's
care.
a nobody in your community, right?
Right? Right. Not many of us know about him.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so he doesn't speak for Nigerians, right?
No, he doesn't. Yeah.
Okay.
Neither does Cynthia, or neither does Cynthia Erivo or anybody like that.
No, see,
'Cause I know they like to bring up her name a lot.
but you
Okay.
see, this is the problem. If you look at the message and the messengers, this is why I said they are willing fools, they are willing participants, because they go by the likeness of what these people are saying. So they swallow everything, whatever they say, guess what is the truth. Because yesterday I saw St. James ask one question, and this woman went completely bizarre. She started talking, I don't care about Africans. Africans don't matter to me. I don't care. If anything, yo, dusty asses, come over here with your mush mouth. Blah, blah, blah. I was laughing so hard. I said,
Christ.
and the crazy thing is, because I know the type of people that are sitting on the panel. This is why I'm completely unapologetic about when I'm approaching things. They say their feelings are hurt. I don't care about your feelings. Your mama was hurting your feelings, slapping the taste out of your mouth from the time you were a little kid. You see?
Right.
Yeah, we see this all the time. Now, and they talk about they want to be respected. The Africans should respect us. What do you mean, the Africans? What, we should come as a collective and respect you? No, the truth of the matter is they want us to accept this church. Because, the Nigerian Pan-African representative, you guys have a couple of representatives, right?
Yeah, of course.
You have Two Niger. You have another guy named Franklin. All these guys belong to the church of Pan-Africanism. Because
To be honest, I used to believe in that thing myself.
me too. Me too. It's not
but
only you. Why do you
but
think
when
I'm an
I saw this
expert?
mess, we're like, sorry about that.
Oh, sorry.
Continue.
No, I was saying, why do you think I'm an expert in it? I used to belong to the church, but I realized this church here, I can be in the scam because I thought it was real. But the moment you start talking sense, oh, you are a problem. You are a hater. You are against the progress of black people. Now, they don't care about asking you as an African, okay, what are we contributing? What do you guys want us to contribute? Because I've lived here for many years, known other Africans. I've never worked to African American and say, oh man, you got so much skills, you would be needed in Africa. Nah. If you see that for yourself, you can do that. But now, to be honest, we are getting the bottom feeders. People who have emotional issues, people that have mama issues, daddy issues. Some, their daddies ran away, they can't find them. Some of them, their mamas were just taking the anger out on them. Some are ex-felons, scammers, fraudsters, deadbeat dads, you name it. You see? But this is not the white man's fault. This is not the African's fault. This is not the Chinese's fault. This is their own individual problem. But they want you, me, and everybody to cure that problem. They want us to change the laws in African countries. Good luck to them. I don't
Specifically
think
for them, right?
Huh?
Specifically for them.
Yes.
Afrodamus.
Yeah.
Yeah, Afrodamus. When you talk about Americans' politics, do you talk about it as an African or as an American taxpayer?
I speak on American politics as an American taxpayer. And you know what? Let me tell you something. For the amount of taxes I pay, I have every right to speak on American politics. Like I said, I pay for it. Okay? I pay for it.
As when you remember when you did when you went to that ceremony, right? As to get your citizenship, right?
Right.
In order to exercise your citizenship, what you have to do, right?
Yep.
You can vote, participate in a politics, or you can pay your taxes. You can write in the news about anything that goes on in the United States. Basically, they're telling you you are free to speak about anything that goes on in America.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because that's another game that these people play, where they want you to go by their Pan-African idea. But this is just an idea, right? That's not, their ideas is not what governs what goes on here in the United States. Because I've heard some of them, like yesterday in the panels, even today. For example, St. James, there was a panel you were on today. No, you weren't on the panel, but the video they were talking about, this is an individual who pretended like they are defending Africans, right? But we don't need them to defend anything about Africa. Because if you say Pan-Africanism, we're all one, if it's really genuine, you shouldn't be the person trying to say, oh, I'm controlling who can talk, who cannot talk. We would be able to talk, together. We would be able to exchange ideas. But no, even look at in Gambia, where Kwesi is. The Gambian has to be the assistant. Have you guys noticed that?
Yes, we have noticed that. Every time they give a job to an African on the continent, they comes out and say, right, we are giving job to the Africans, but they never mention the job that Africans are giving to African American here in America.
Exactly.
So, which is quite funny. So you sit back and you like, okay, we always have to get something from you, right? Which is there's nothing wrong if you go to Africa and give jobs, but at the end of the day, right, are we not doing the same thing here in America for the most part?
St. James, do you know how many?
And about these jobs that are provided in Africa, what jobs are they providing? Are they providing like IT jobs? Are they providing engineering jobs?
I think you're shooting too high. So they buy like the bags. Like you have a place you're building, you go and get some of he's getting the local boys. So this guy is paying these guys barely $2 a day if you convert it. That's what he's calling a job. Let me tell you, over here in America, I have several black Americans that work for me in my company. Okay? The amount of money I'm paying them is paying their lifestyle. I'm not giving them peanuts. Okay? Someone making over 40,000 a year, that's not little money. You see what I'm saying? So when they talk about jobs, you and I know that these people don't have the skills if you call yourself a skillful person, but you cannot show that here in the United States, it's hard for me to believe that you got what it takes. You see? Because they talk about, oh, these Gambians, they are so poor, they should think about their past. Okay, great. I come from a country, it's small, it's dusty, the roads are not paved, no, the electricity is unstable. Fine. Okay? But let's talk about right now. Now, you want to tell me that because you think, oh, that's going to shame him because they are saying that these Africans think they are better than us. Why would you even think like that? Why would you assume people are thinking that they are better than you?
Now, here's what they think, right? What they'll say is, oh, we think we're better than black Americans, black Black Caribbeans and so on and so on. But we will worship the hell out of the white man. That's what we'll do.
Look, hey, we hear people talking about these people. They say, oh, the Africans worship white man. Look, when I hear this, right, it makes me laugh. Who do we always see complaining that white people kick them out of a restaurant or they look at them a certain way? Who is always fighting, protesting outside white people's establishment to be accepted? You know, most of
They
this...
will say Africans. They will
exactly.
say African.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Oh, when try dating most black women and see. If you don't take them to a white man's restaurant, you know, it's not a real date. Okay? It's not a real date. You have to take them to a white man's restaurant, especially if they are light skinned. Forget it. Forget it. So they've created their own class, you know, but everyone is looking at it like, okay, I don't know. You see what I'm saying? People don't behave that way. And they can tell because you don't participate. But they get mad at you for not wanting to participate in that. You know, like I don't see myself as a victim. Why do you want me to convince myself to be a victim? You know, they talk on both sides of their mouth, because if they are saying they are going to Africa to save people, to build, then you're telling me you're not a victim. The story you told me about the white man then is a lie. How can a victim do all that? Someone that is oppressed. You know, when there was apartheid in South Africa, have you ever seen South Africans roaming anywhere in Africa? If you see them in your country, they're escaping. They're escaping apartheid. They are not coming talking about, oh, we're here to save the Nigerians. We're here to save the Gambians. No, these are people that are actually facing it. You don't see, you know, people from South Sudan or Somalia, you know, walking around telling black people, oh, we are here to save you. Or telling anybody what.
And Afadamas, when you go to South Africa, these South African brothers and sisters don't tell you, you need to respect us because we fought apartheid in order for you to get here.
No, they fought for the, yeah.
They won't tell you that.
Yeah, and so that's where the disconnected. It's like, to me, they are the gatekeepers for the white establishment, because when they see other black people, it's like a jealous kid, right? Like a stepchild living, you know, in the stepfather's house, and now the stepfather invited in the better looking kid, the cute kid, and all of a sudden the stepchild is getting jealous because they are worried that they are gonna get replaced. But they don't have to worry about that. There's plenty for everyone. You know, they don't need to try to lie to us and say we have to join their church, you know, which is the church of Pan-Africanism. I bet you this video that we're doing, in the comments later, oh, they're going to talk. Because in my other comments, they say, Afridamus, you are a hater. You are jealous. It's crabs in a bucket mentality. What's there for me to be jealous of? You got an American passport. I got an American passport. You know? I'm not talking about people send me money, I'll buy you land. No. In fact, I would live by the example. I'm not going to ask for people's money. If I want to build the land, I would go build it and for people to see so they can live by that example with my own money. You see? But they cannot do that. They want to talk about they're like, oh, these diasporans, the Africans in the diaspora, they are the problem. Of course, yes, we are the problem because we're the ones over here questioning everything that you're doing. We're the one exposing you to your cult followers. Because they don't correct each other. You know why? Because everything goes. You notice they're not coming out condemning this scamming that we're seeing. They're not speaking against it. If anything, the people that are talking about it, those are the evil people. Those are the jealous people. But they would never come up here and talk about what is realistic. They want to talk about sex tourism. They want to talk about, people are being coons. People are worshiping white people. Those things, they make me laugh.
They'll say like, you let the Chinese and the Europeans and the Arabs do whatever they want. So it's like whenever I hear that, it's like, okay, yeah, there are some people who try to come to Africa and do some nonsense. It's like, are you trying to tell me that you want to do the same crap that they do?
Exactly. You see, Chima, I'm glad you said that, because that's what I always say, which is, these people are telling us that, these people are letting the Africans do, the white people do whatever. And they're saying the white people and the Chinese are doing evil. So if that's what you are admiring, what do you want us to let you do? Because those are the people you are admiring. So, but they see themselves as whites. Okay? They are the white rejects. Look, most black people I met, it's now that on the internet I even hear these people claiming Africa. When you meet these people, they are related, they have every mixture in them. You know which mixture they never mention? African. If you want to insult a black American, tell them they look African. Bro, you know that's a fight. Those are fighting words. If you tell a black American, especially a black American woman, and say, oh, you look African. Oh my goodness. Those are fighting words. They don't want anything to do with being African.
Afridamus, Chima was born here. Let Chima answer that question. Chima, you say you were born here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do this your classmate when you were in school, in high school, and middle school, elementary school, were they claiming Africa?
No, they weren't.
Okay. Thank you.
So yeah. If you look at it from that aspect, what these people, they are not telling us what they are providing. They are just coming to you and I saying, oh, you people are wicked. You people are jealous of us. And they say, oh, you're jealous of us. And you ask them, what am I jealous of? Oh, we are the best entertainers. We're the best basketball players. I'm like, right. Oh, they are like, oh, we built America. Oh, have you ever walked around and see railroads across America in remote places? Have you ever seen that? Why don't you go find out and see who was digging that? Maybe you want to look to the Chinese. Everyone built America. America is continuing to be built. Okay? It's not like it stopped. It's continuing to be built. You see? So you want to, ride on the coattails of, your ancestors. They've built this. So what are you doing to add on to that? But you want to tell me about you invented the stanky leg. The stanky leg. Dancing. Entertainment. What is that doing for you? What is that doing for anyone? That very entertainment you're talking about, the devilish white man that you point to is the one making that happen. What if the white man stopped? It's like, I'm not going to pay for it. What is going to happen? So this is why people, you got to wake up to the truth and see that you are being bamboozled. You are being taken for a ride. Okay? Your paycheck, is definitely being used here. So, if you don't know what to do with your paycheck, suddenly the church here is open. You don't have to send it to a P.O. box. We'll provide the address for you, ladies and gentlemen. Chima, any last words? I'm gonna bring someone in too.
Okay.
Yeah.
I always say this to everybody. If you want to come in, live in Africa, if you want to actually help build in Africa, if you want to build something that's actually tangible, I'll welcome it. If you want to, if you just don't really care to build anything, if you just care to live, I'll also welcome that too. But when you do, please respect the laws, please respect the culture, because guess what? You know damn well you're going to do that either when you travel to Europe and Asia. Don't think you don't have to do that when you travel to Africa. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You're absolutely right. Well, I'm gonna bring in another person, chef here. So thank you. You're the chef. Thanks. Thanks,
Yep.
Chima.
All right, you have a good one. All right.
All right. Thanks. Thank you. And alternative go. Can you hear me? Alternative, can you hear me? Unmute yourself. Alternative, can you unmute yourself? All right, there you are. Can you say something? We can't hear you. Alternative, we can't hear you. We can't hear you, sir.
Yeah, hello.
All right, now we can hear you.
Hello.
Hello, thank you for calling in. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Reading, United Kingdom.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, I've just, saw one of your, yeah. You can hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, sorry about, I'm alternative NGO. Yeah. Oh, thank you. I'm calling.
Go ahead. Sir, can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
I can hear you. You just have a crackling. So, you know what? I'll drop you and you can come back in again. Try it again, okay?
All right.
Okay, cool. Sorry about that. Try again. So, St. James, where do you see the Church of Pan-Africanism going?
I feel like it's going nowhere to me, to be honest with you. And I feel like, they should pump the brake on that.
Yeah.
And really, have a conversation. I don't know with whom, but I feel like, something needs to be done. Based on what I'm showing, based on the video that I'm showing coming from the Gambia, to be honest.
Right.
I'm very disappointed. I know every one of us, we take part of this conversation here online, but based on the video that I've seen from, since yesterday, I'm questioning a lot of things. Like we said, you can't go anywhere in Africa. We are welcoming. We would like for you to come here,
right?
Come to the continent, But listen, man, the noise. the amount of noise that we hear from this particular area in West Africa is not conducive to anything, you know. And those people who are saying they're Pan-Africanists, they should think about it again, you know, because like you said, the Gambia, you know, our laws are very flexible,
Right.
but don't play with them. Don't play with them, because if we were like you said, if we were jealous and we wanted to take part into those things, we would have traveled. You would have traveled to the Gambia and get yourself some land and sell it on YouTube.
Exactly.
That's the easiest part an African can do. But
Well,
you
because
chose
for
not to do
them,
that.
because
Yeah,
for them,
yeah,
it's a come up.
yeah.
You know, it's a come up.
Yeah,
And
and there's nothing wrong with come up, right? There's
right.
nothing wrong with come up. Do it the right way. Not only you have to bring jobs to the locals, but you have to be professional. You have to bring good work ethic. You shouldn't let those information get on YouTube. Like you are downgrading the country. You know, when somebody want to travel to a different country, they look into those things on YouTube as well.
Absolutely. And
You know what I'm saying? This is not
especially,
good.
hey, St. James, I want you to answer some questions.
Yeah.
Aji wants to know what one can do to join the Pan Africans movement. Do you think Aji would be qualified because she openly displayed her white boyfriend on YouTube? Do you think she?
No, she won't be able to get a membership at this time. maybe she can reapply in the next 6 months and see if that works out. Yeah.
I don't think they can handle Aji because she's
Yeah.
gonna go there and start exposing things. I will join you
Yeah, she's
next
gonna
time.
trigger a
It's a
lot of
bit
people.
late
She's
here.
gonna
Okay,
she's gonna
alternative
trigger a
go.
lot of
No
people.
problem. Join us anytime. Yeah, alternative NGO. He said where he is super late in the UK, so I told him no problem. He can join us another time. I'm always here. And if you're new here, people, make sure you hit the subscribe button. Don't just watch without hitting the like. In fact, St. James, let me play the Pan African, church choir music so people can see from the beginning how they've taken advantage of when it started from the prophet of Pan Africanism himself. Let's hear this
Oh,
out.
okay. Okay.
St. James, what do you think about the church music there?
I think it was nice, man.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I enjoyed. Yeah, that was nice.
yeah, I mean, because if you look at the people we saw, the people on that picture, St. James, I wanted to ask you this. Even though I know you're not Gambian, but you're from Burkina Faso, close by, similar. When you saw the interview and see that it's not only at YouTube level, in real life, these people have actually collected money and they're playing this game, and there's Gambian in this as well. What did you think?
You know, as we always say, in every ethnic group we have deplorables, right?
Right.
And these deplorables, like the other guy that you said who was Gambian, who was in the United States, right? Who got deported. What else can he do when he gets back to the Gambia after being deported? He will link up with someone like Kwesi,
Right.
and Kwesi will make him the man, right? Because he's Gambian.
Right.
So he's able to go to all these local and talk good things about Kwesi. So he's providing cover to Kwesi to run his game on people, you know. And when a diaspora asks to speak with a local, Kwesi will turn to this dude. It's like, this is my boy over here in the Gambia. So he knows the locals.
Oh, you can keep talking.
Yeah,
They are requesting the church music. I think
it's a good one, man.
I think they like it too much. Hold on. I think Aji and others, they want to see the church members. Let's
the church members?
Yeah, let me give them a taste of the church again.
The platinum members, right? The platinum?
The platinum, yes. Okay, people. St. James. St. James, I know, like, do you think the unapologetic Negro Peon is a deacon at the church?
I feel like he got some sort of membership in there, but I don't know which kind. I don't know if that's. I know it's not the platinum ones, but you know, let's go by. It's silver. He's a silver member.
Because like, you know, yesterday, like the Gambian guy, right?
Yeah.
St. James, you and I know, if you live here in the U.S. and the guy said he got deported yesterday, you heard it, right?
Yeah, I did.
So today apparently he said it was voluntary deportation and he had a green card. And you and I know, if you have a green card in the U.S., for them to revoke that green card, what do you have to do?
Shit, you have to. Yeah, man. You have to. Yeah, man. Yeah, something serious happened. They won't revoke your green card if you haven't done anything like. Yeah, man. His story doesn't, you know. It's not. He didn't say anything about it, right? You say he got self-deportation after you challenged him a little bit, right?
Yeah. Well, no, I didn't have the chance to come in.
Oh, yeah. You did not. Yeah.
You see, the Pan-Africans are having some church members here because African Caribbean, she said, I'm the church piano player, and Audrey said, I'm the usher. Audrey, I think Audrey is part of the church. What do you think?
Right. Audrey? Oh, okay. Who's that?
Audrey Kemi in the chat room and Aji, because
Oh,
I think they are enjoying this music too much. But
right.
um,
Right.
so St. James, what did you think about, when you saw the Gambian guy that he is part of this?
I could say it in one sentence. Once a scammer, always a scammer. That's all I have to say. I think he has done something that has something to do with scamming when he was in America,
Yeah,
and he's continuing there in the Gambia. And the
yeah,
best partner he can get with is Kwesi.
yeah.
You
Because
know.
you know what, when I saw them talking, right?
Mhm.
The sad thing is, I was like, man, looking at him,
Yeah.
I'm like, this guy is definitely a problem,
Yeah.
for the people.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why he himself, he said, they said anytime I play their music, like when I say their name, I gotta play this music for them. This is what they requested in the church
Right.
of what's his name, Kwesi. Listen to
Yeah.
this. This is their main music when they are talking about Kemet.
Do you have a video where they play the part like when the money is received?
Oh, where the money is received? Actually, let
Yeah,
me
when
go.
the money is received, do you have when they
Let,
get that Western Union tracking number for
wait.
PayPal?
St. James. St. James. Now they're trying to say that I'm the usher of the church.
I mean,
Huh?
you're good. You're very good at that, bro.
Yeah, but but I just want these church members to know. I want the
Mhm.
church members to understand that the church they are in, that Pan African church, is taking money from them. Like I understand, like some people might have good intention. People, they might
Right,
have some good intention, but people are preying on it.
right, right.
I just said the song is so sad. That's the whole purpose. It's
Right.
I'm letting the
So
people know how
this
pathetic
song
they
is
are.
the after the fact. After the fact, you are when you finally understood that your money was taken and you won't get it back.
Yeah. Like what Kwesi is running.
Right.
Remember like Alibaba and the 40 thieves?
Yeah, yeah, I
Instead
remember
of
that.
Alibaba, is Kwesi and the 40 thieves. These guys, they have like an entire scheme going on. And my thing is, I knew right away there was something wasn't right because whenever they ask,
Yeah,
he always resort to personal attacks on
yeah,
Juliet.
yeah,
That's what I could never understand. And
yeah,
the reality is, I wanted to know, what is going on. Because us Gambians, like I said, we have other Gambians that are scamming Gambians. But they will never come on the internet and talk about it. This is the first time I have seen someone, the assistant of Kwesi, who came out to talk.
right.
Yesterday he called even Blackseed a scammer. But today, the story changed.
Yeah,
When we wanted him to put the camera on, he said he had surgery overnight.
right.
Can you believe that? And
Yeah, man.
and the Negropean did not press him to
No,
to show us So this is why I was asking. I said, is Negropean part of the Church of Pan-Africanism? Do you think so?
I believe he got some sort of membership, man. So I mean, I believe it's about time we ask him directly what kind of membership he got, so we can determine exactly what he's doing. Even that little organization he's trying to put together,
Yeah.
we gotta look into that, bro. So I mean, I know he doesn't like certain people, and I'm part of that. I've been in a video where I spoke about him. Maybe he checked my name and he doesn't want to, like have a conversation. But this brother is he's strange to me, very strange. But like you said, we enjoy like. I'm not saying we enjoy it. If you are exposing scammer, everybody should like them,
Right.
you know, because you are helping other people not to get scammed.
Yeah,
You
that's
know
the
what I'm saying?
thing. Like the people that I'm even showing, it is not about these people. I am talking about the symptoms here. I'm diagnosing the problem. Because
Right.
St. James, you and I
Yeah.
know, truly,
Yeah.
truly, do you think Kwesi and his minions, they care about this Pan-Africanist thing?
They care about no movement, man. They care about the money coming in so they can break the money and they don't. What movement is that?
Listen to this comment here. African Caribbean said, surgery overnight is possible with the power of Pan-Africanism. Praise Hotel. Oh my God.
These people are enjoying your money in the Gambia, man. They don't listen. That's all I can say, man. You know what? Based on what I saw,
Yeah.
like I'm like, okay, it's fair to say these people they're not serious, man. They're not serious. But if they can get it together one day, I hope so. I hope they do that. But based on what we saw, this is an embarrassment, and no one should be proud of what we have just witnessed the last 2 days.
Right. Right.
As Gambians, as Africans, as the diaspora, no one can be happy about what we saw, man. So we need to really have a real conversation with the real ones, the people who cares. Not the funny type, not those type of people, man. Let's
St.
not
James.
do that.
St. James, do you see the question?
Yeah. What is that?
We have an African American that's trying to move to the Gambia and wants to know if we can help.
You can come. You can hit the link, man.
No, there's a African American within
Right.
Aji's corner, the African American girl.
What happened there?
She's looking to move to Gambia. She's being funny, bro. It's-
Oh, she's trying to go back to her own country.
no, she's African American. She's trying to repatriate.
Okay.
She, and now, right? This automatic
Right.
citizenship thing.
Right.
Is it like why do you think they were asking for that? Do you think it's a distraction, or they really think they can get it?
Well, that's why we were trying to have that conversation, right? And basically, what I heard is that it is called automatic, but it's not automatic. So for me, coming from a French-speaking country, right? So I like people to come and tell me exactly what they mean about this. I understand it, but I'm like, okay, it is automatic on the paper, but you are saying it's not automatic because if the process take a few years to get it, why the word automatic is in the front? But this is not. Needless to say that it is very confusing. But I'm not Gambian, so I would hope for you to explain that to me. But for the people that come from overseas, like the diaspora coming to any particular country in Africa, talking about automatic citizenship, this is very laughable. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I'm like, no tie to the community, no nothing, and you're talking about automatic because you just bought a house and you had a little spot that you just opened, and you're talking about automatic citizenship. This is a slap in the face to certain people.
Of
But
course.
they don't see it that way because they feel like, okay, my ancestors were taken from the continent, so for us returning, we should get it. I'm like, yes, you should get it, but there need to be a process, right? You were separated from the continent for a very long time. So why are you in a rush?
Okay.
Very
Hold on. St. James.
right.
Let's say I'm a deacon at the Church of Pan-Africanism.
Right.
And I'll play the devil's advocate and listen here, my brother. We were taken from Kemet 10,000 years ago. The white man has been oppressing the black man, stepping his foot up in his neck, kicking his drawers up in his ass. Can you please allow us to come to Africa to get our rightful place in the land where we were taken from? And we want automatic citizenship. What is wrong with that?
Now you need a mental wellness check, man.
Listen here, you colonized African. You are still brainwashed by the colonial teachings of the white man. Africa is still colonized. Why can't you just allow your black brethren to come in and educate all of you? This is the type of talk. And honestly, they want us to take it seriously. This is what they are trying to tell us. And it's just hard for me to take it serious.
Yeah, man.
You know, because the Chinese and the others they are talking about, they are bringing something. Because it's about economics, right? I even heard two women, right? On the Wakandan channel, on the Wakandan Queen's channel. You know, she said, in fact, let me see. Let me put up the Wakandan's picture here. Give me a second. But this woman was requesting that they get reparation from Africa.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they want reparation from Africa. In fact, you know, I put up a picture before, right?
Yeah.
They said African people never tried to come get them.
Mm-hmm.
So two can play this game because they are saying that they got sent away, but if we play their fantasy, I have pictures I can show you. Here, hold on. Let me show you this picture here. Okay. Let me show you how they receive money in Gambia, okay? You see? Look at this picture. You see what you're seeing here? This is money. This is a different church. The church, you know. You see that right there? So, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, but I don't see it yet.
Oh, it's on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah. It's on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah. But I don't know. You can see it. But let me find the actual picture I was looking for here. Give me a second. So, St. James, what do you think about the ADOS movement?
Well, as I always say, man, you know, the ADOS as an ethnic group, it's okay, no problem in there. But the ADOS, like with Tone and Yvette, you know, they're doomed, man. You know, it's a bunch of comedians that got together just to, you know, to get under people's skin, man. That's all they're doing.
Do you? Okay, so I put up the meaning of wolves in a sheep clothing. So people listen to the meaning to this. It says, when a new acquaintance strikes you as the friendliest and most helpful person you've ever met and is interested in you, it means that the person has covert motives towards you. Don't be paranoid. That's the true meaning of a wolf in a sheep's clothing. Let's look at how these people came to us. I mean, not me per se, but to collect money from their church members. How do they come at them? They come as helpful. They come as caring. But starting from even Juliet, I'm not going to lie, I used to think she was nice. But after she collected the money, her attitude was different. The people that accused her, I didn't see the money exchanging hands. But now she's not talking Pan-Africanism to them. She's calling them liars. Yesterday, the same thing. Kwesi. In fact, Kwesi was mocking that lady. So those of you that are watching me, man, it is time for you guys to really, really, be realistic.
Maybe you should invite a lady here on the panel.
Yes, Aji,
how they felt about that.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay, Aji or any or the other ladies that want to come on the panel, I'm gonna drop the. Give me a second. I'm gonna drop the link here. Hopefully, one is brave enough to. Maybe Aji, the new convert, is gonna join in. Uh-oh. Hold on. I think the link should be on there already, but let me copy it again. Right there. All right, the link has been dropped again. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know, like the woman though, St. James, let's be real, one thing for sure though. She was there talking about her body. Okay? So that's why when these fellas, Kwesi's assistant was talking about she was sending, very provocative pictures, naked pictures. I wasn't surprised because that was what her emoji was. You see? That was what her emoji was. So I don't know if she was trying to be Kwesi's number 4 wife. I'm not sure.
But she said she has 7 kids. Now she wasn't looking to get into a relationship. But I was
St. James. St. James.
Yeah.
You're talking about a black woman from America. Not
Right.
only any black woman, she said she's a light-skinned mix. So if she's from the hood or being around the blacks, she is elevated. She's held at a certain level. So she knows in her head, there's somebody ready to take her and her 7 children. Kwesi knows this. I'm sure he probably, played the game. And she's like, ooh wee, I can't wait to get over there in Gambia. I'll be his number 4 wife. We get our compound and everything. But little did she know, Kwesi is not trying to be with no 7 kids. What is she thinking? But then I became confused when Kwesi's assistant claimed the picture was sent to him. On top of that, he pointed the camera at a lady who he said is his wife. So they pretty much they just living the ghetto life over there. And somebody asked me if Kwesi would ever come back to America to stay permanently. I don't see that happening. You know why? He's got
Kwesi's enjoying the Gambia, man.
Exactly.
He will never come back to the
Why
States.
would Kwesi come to the States where he could easily get arrested? Why would he do that? Use common sense. Okay, let's see. Give me a sec. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. So I'm saying that he's not going to leave because Kwesi, you see how they were partying? He didn't have to worry about somebody calling the cops. He doesn't have to worry about anything. That's the bottom line. All right, now we got. All right, we got Caribbean, African Caribbean. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, African Caribbean. And you're calling from the UK, right?
Yeah, London.
Yeah. Welcome to the Afridamus report. I heard that you're a member of the Pan Africanist Church. What can you tell us about what you've heard about your church so far?
I mean, everything that you're saying is true. If everyone can please donate their Bitcoin, their Gambian passports, and their land paperwork to our church. There's some fufu in the back, ugali. We've got jollof. That's for after the service, so please don't touch it. We do communion with a 40 ounce as well. So if everyone wants to come to our church, we do services on Sundays and we have prayer meeting on Thursdays. Praise Marcus Garvey. Bring your book of Hotep as well. We need as many missionaries as possible. Chima's in charge of our Nigerian mission. We've got
Keep going. She is something else.
Hey, sister, how much is the membership though?
well, membership is gonna start from 1 Bitcoin a month. That's how much we're doing it for. Uh, Local currency will accept a minimum of 10 British pounds, but we prefer to be paid in Bitcoin. It is best if you give us your passport just for safekeeping, so we can hold it and give it to our people who know how to clone passports as well.
Okay, you are something else. My goodness.
I've been around
Oh,
these hoteps for too long. I've seen a lot with these Pan African hotep pyramid worshippers, and because I make memes about them as well,
yeah,
especially the Prince of Pan Africanism, Umar. Let me beg my Cash App Johnson.
yeah,
Yeah, these people, they're a joke. They're an
yeah.
absolute joke.
Well, that's the problem right now because we look at it like a lot of these people they fall for it. So this is why I wanted to invite one of the church members here, to come out and tell us what's going on. And you have people here that want to join the church. Aji's Corner, can you unmute yourself? Let's see here. Okay, this is Kai. Okay, Kai, can you hear us? Oh man, African Caribbean, what you've just said here. Hey, hold on. Give me a sec. St. James, are you still here?
Yes, I'm here.
Hold on, St. James, let me cycle you out. I'll put you in a sec. Hold on.
Sure, sure.
All right, we got Aji's Corner here. Aji, go ahead and Aji, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Are you guys hearing me?
We can hear you loud and clear. So Aji, I saw you writing in the comment section. Everything you've heard so far, what do you think about this church, the Church of Pan Africanism?
Well, the thing is, for me right now, I ate too much. I can't even breathe. Will I? But I'm struggling to laugh. Like I can feel the wall of my stomach like they cracking. Well,
You're enjoying the Pan
I
African,
swear. Like for me, I said this the other day, and I have to say it again. Like I don't take them serious. I don't
right?
know why, but it's like a bunch of jokers. Because I'm like, if you're really a Pan African, a computer was invented by a white person. Are you
Right.
using the computer? So to me, It does not make sense. And why are you eating bread? Because the bread you're buying in the corner shops or wherever you're buying it might be the white guy that makes the bread before, like, and bake it and bring it to the shop. So if you hate white people that much, so why? And like this church you're talking about, I don't understand this church. Can you break it down? I
Oh,
told you, man, I don't understand this Pan-Africanism.
well, because you see now the Pan Africanists they go against the church, right? When they are
Well,
talking, they
so,
say you cannot talk about religion. They say that's the white man's
mm,
religion and that's foreign religion. But now
mm,
they have replaced the actual church. They want to be the authorities. So they are bringing hope to the people. They are selling hope. So if you are feeling hopeless, Aji, this church is available now.
like Demos, I'm like, it sounds like when people say the white people brainwashed us, the white people this, it sounds like I'm hearing the black people trying to brainwash the black people.
Wait, wait,
This
wait,
is
wait,
what.
wait, 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 wait. Aji, they are just helping.
How do you call that help?
They are helping people get, return to Africa, you know. Um, just like the African Caribbean, who's a member of
How?
the church,
But
she gave the announcement. Who do we have? Hold on, Aji, we have Kai. Kai, can you hear me? Dr. K?
yeah, I can hear you. Yeah,
Doc,
I'm actually a Pan African
oh,
Prince.
great. We have one
Okay,
here. Where you calling from?
Oh, perfect.
me, I'm calling from London at the moment, but I'll be back down to Ghana soon.
Oh, so are you
Well,
a
you
are
know,
you a Ghan, are you a Ghanaian Pan Africanist or you are in the
no,
UK
I'm actually
chapter?
Kenyan.
Oh, you're
I'm
Kenyan.
actually Kenyan.
All
Yeah.
right. So, have you
So
been watching? Have you been watching what is being shown here about the Church of Pan Africanism?
yeah, I see it. I see it.
Okay.
Um, but I do want to defend Pan Africanism. I think we have some points. For example, I do believe that continentals are very brainwashed,
Mhm.
completely
Thank you.
brainwashed.
As in.
Well, in many different ways. First of all, there is a religion.
Hold
So
on.
depending on who,
You're breaking. You're breaking. Repeat that again.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So the first one is religion. Every Christian or Muslim is only Christian or Muslim because they're colonized by the Mzungu or the Arab. It's not by choice.
Aji, are
And
you are you listening?
I'm
Okay.
listening.
yes, so this is just a fact.
Number
Like
one
they
is
didn't
religion, right?
religion. Yes.
Religion. Were you here from the beginning of the show?
No, I only saw the half.
Yes, I'm glad you
The,
brought religion. That's actually the premise what it's set on. I said now, yes, Pan Africanism is gonna get rid of the colonized religion. Okay, keep going.
okay, that's good. Okay, the
That's
next
number
one
one.
is
Uh huh.
number one. Second thing, we have to analyze ourselves, right? The rest of the world will always view us as black. That comes with a lot of things, good and bad.
Hold on. We
If we
missed that.
don't,
We missed that part. You said black comes with what?
okay, with a lot of good and bad, the way they perceive us as black. There are some good things and some bad things.
Doesn't
If the
that go
world sees us as
for?
black,
Doesn't that go for everyone?
of course, but the point here is other people, the perceptions are usually more good than bad,
They are what?
and there's power with it. Why? Well, there's
Say,
many reasons why. Some of them are more successful as a group. So if we are divided, always, I'm this country, I'm that country, I'm ADOS, it gets to a point whereby we're just ending up in the same problem. The only reason these people colonized us to begin is because we were divided. That's it. If we were never undivided, we would have been never colonized. The only reason Ethiopia didn't get
so
colonized is
wait,
because they had
wait.
a kingdom with
Okay,
rules,
wait,
structure,
wait,
and
wait.
working
Let me
together.
ask you. Wait, you're moving fast. So you said if we were united, right?
Hmm.
So if we were united, what would the unity have been based on?
Honestly, it wouldn't even matter as long as we were just united as the people of that continent. we would have
Oh,
been fine.
so
It really
we
just
would have
stopped.
been able to have, cell phones, like when we saw the Portuguese Alvisto Cadamosto riding towards the Congo. We would have been able to call their king over there and be like, hey, the Muzungu is on his way. Is that what you're saying?
Wait, I'm not sure what you mean there
But you
because
do
phones were not
realize,
invented
in
at
your
that time.
opinion, how did the colonization of African countries began?
How did it begin?
Yeah, like the different countries. I mean, because it happens at different times at different places.
Okay. It happened first with the Arabs who colonized East Africa, parts of Mombasa, during the Ottoman Empire. A lot of the Omani Arabs were colonizing Zanzibar. And then, of course, the colonizers heard this from the Moors who were coming from various different North African and Arab countries. And then when they were conquered by the
So,
Europeans,
wait, wait, wait,
conquistadors,
wait, wait,
they occupied Africa and they came in.
wait. So, the Arabs, you said the Arabs conquered
Yes.
during the Ottoman Empire.
Omani Empire, sorry. But yeah,
The Ottoman Empire,
Omani Empire.
right? But Africa was colonized. They started colonizing African countries, prior to the Ottoman Empire. Actually, it
No, no,
was
I
there,
said
but,
Omani.
huh?
I said Omani, not Ottoman. I said Omani Empire, not Ottoman.
So,
This is
did you know?
2,000 years ago.
Um, so do you know when was the first time, let's say, African countries on the West Coast, let's say Ghana, or used to be called Gold Coast, Gambia. When was the first time they started having contact with Europeans?
Officially, uh, okay, so that would have been around 1300 and something, around that time.
Well, the first record, as far as we know, is like in the 1430s. In the
Okay.
1430s, right? So they were trading. So the
Okay.
people, let's say, me being an African person and you are African from Kenya, like, yes, we understand each other now, but you would agree that there's a complete distinction, there's a difference between us, right? Our cultures are not the same, our language is not the same. Because I've been around Kenyans, like, we don't, I didn't even know about ugali until I started hanging out with Kenyans, and they also didn't know our foods. So,
Hmm.
so don't you, wouldn't that debunk the Africa idea that if we were united, when we were never united?
No, because the only reason you got colonized by Wazungus is because they became united. They were never united. It's been
So,
First World War, which is European tribal war, then World War Two, European tribal war two. They came together. They built under the conference in Belgium, and then they decided let's split this country up. UK and France have been fighting, killing each other for hundreds of years. But the point is, when they became united, that's when they conquered. So if
but
Africa
but
doesn't
but
get united,
but but
it's not going to survive.
but even after they colonized African territories, right? They also colonized India. They colonized places in Asia, Indochina. They used to call them, even China. They have
Hmm.
Manchuria. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Colonized by Japan. In fact, Japan colonized parts of the Philippines. You see,
Hmm.
and a lot of the other islands. So we could agree that this is not based in race. So if you look at it, in around 1884, we go back and see what was Do you know what
No, it's
was
definitely to do
happening?
with race. They
Huh?
didn't enslave. They didn't enslave the other people. They colonized them. But with
Yeah, but
black
don't
people,
you
they actually enslaved them. That's definitely race.
but what is colonization? What is it based on?
Not sure I understand the question.
My question is, okay, what was the reason for colonizing these African territories? Why did
Oh,
the
okay.
yeah,
Resource exploitation.
money, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the Pan-Africanists, the Pan-Africanists are coming under the pretext that saying we should be united, even though like Africa, we are more united than we've ever been. You know, black people around, we are more united than we've ever been. So Pan-Africanists also are talking about the division, but this division, it's always end up with what? For them to cure this division, it always ends in resource talk. Money always ends up getting involved. Just like the Europeans cared more about money themselves. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that's just human nature. That's not special to the Pan Africanists. But the
Okay,
idea is
I'm
not bad.
glad. All right, I'm glad you said that. So the Europeans, that's not just unique to the European or the Chinese, right?
No, of course not.
So okay, if we're saying you're Pan-Africanist, we're supposed to unite. What are we unite? What is the unity? What are we uniting on these days? Because African countries are free from colonialism. You know, now it's controlled entirely by Africans. So, what is the fight now? What are we uniting on?
Okay, so I want to make a slight correction. A lot of the French countries are still partly colonized. They have to pay back money, and they've done deals with France where if they have a new investment portfolio, they have to show France first. France has to get the first rights to refuse. So in that end, having that as a contract of France leaving the country, that's still something alive with colonialism. But yeah, most African countries are free. You're right. What would we unite over?
So, do you
First of all,
think?
language.
Do you think? Do you think Senegal is free?
Not really.
You don't think Senegal is free?
No, if you have to, for example, if me and you colonize me and we do a deal, if I have any kind of business idea that's money, I have to ask you first to build my train. I can't go to China or America and compete, equally. That is not freedom, because you are always going to be the one to give me the deal that you want, etc. So until that deal is no longer there, you can't be free. It
Are
has
you
to be
familiar? Are you
completely
familiar?
negotiated.
Are you familiar with Senegal? The inner workings.
Um,
Have you ever been there or dealt with
I don't know how
Senegalese?
to go there.
Huh?
I've dealt with, I've met many Senegalese. Yes, I've not been to Senegal. No,
You've not been to Senegal?
no.
Okay. Yeah, I suspect that's why you say you're
No,
freely
that's
no, that's why I suspect you would freely be brave to say this, to say Senegal is not free, because
I'm talking about the tax. I'm not talking about how they feel in the
you're
country.
talking
I'm
about
talking about
but
the
even with
colonial tax.
even with the economics, right? You have to realize there is African representatives who the people send to make these deals. So yes, the deal will not work for everybody. We know this. It's not going to work for everybody. But we cannot sell these deals as if they were imposed.
No, they were imposed. These deals were made in order for France to leave the country and stop them from colonizing. This is not a deal that was made, okay, we're doing a trade deal. This is a colonial time deal
You
for
know
France to leave
Guinea-Bissau?
the country.
You know Guinea-Bissau?
Mhm. Yeah.
You know Guinea-Bissau is colonized by Portugal, right? It's a Portuguese country.
Hmm. Yeah.
Do you know what kind of money, what currency they use in Guinea-Bissau?
No, I don't know. I'm
Okay.
guessing it's whatever Portugal was using a few years ago.
No, no, they are not. They are
No.
using they are
Okay.
using they are using the CFA franc. They joined the CFA franc bloc.
Okay.
Okay? You have Guinea Conakry. Guinea Conakry, when they had independence, they, Sekou Touré he rejected the the deal, which is France printing the money. That's what you're talking about. Like economically, their economies are tied in together. Okay, I know that people like to always, like Africans, when we're dealing with whites, we like to put ourselves as the victim at the bottom, but that's not true. If you go read it, the economy is mixed together. Even France themselves, they can, it's hard for them to separate from it, because a lot of things that happen in these countries, French money is used whether they like it or not. Did you know that?
I mean, yeah, but they're the ones who made the deal and they imposed the deal.
No,
If someone
but
imposes a deal on you,
what I'm saying is their
then you're not
economies,
free.
they've intertwined it, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So yes, I get it. They can discuss it, but it's tied with the French economy. So
Right. I mean, I
and
get
if
that.
things, they take the French money, they still gotta take French money to use it. Even during what they call colonial times, did you know that they had African representatives in the French Parliament from the various French speaking countries? Did you know that?
Uh, no, but I don't see how that's relevant unless
Oh
you have
no,
the
that's
power
relevant because those people made those
to actually
deals.
trade.
No, that's what I'm saying. They had voting rights. They voted for this. That's what I'm trying to
Right.
tell you here.
Okay, so let me give you an example of freedom. Kenya had the Mau Mau warriors. They fought for their freedom. The colonialists did not have any deal over that. All that thing had to pay for is pay for the roads or whatever they constructed. Simple. That's called freedom. You fight for it, you have true freedom. Tanzania, the president, Mwalimu Nyerere, he made sure that the Germans left that country and the British protectorate had no say. In fact, they even made Tanzanian Swahili the official language. That's freedom. That's
So
actual freedom. These West African countries,
Do you think Gambia is free?
Gambia, I don't know about Gambia's situation too much.
Okay,
Okay.
guys.
Let
Before
me
I go
explain it.
further,
Like Gambia,
mhm.
right? Gambia has its the Gambia they've had their own central bank
Okay.
from owned by Gambia. So I'm not surprised that Kenya also has theirs, because all the British former British colonies, former British colonies have their own.
Right.
So now, okay, I'm gonna bring in St. James. Give me a sec. Aji, you were gonna say
Yeah,
something.
I have few questions
St. James,
for the
hang
gent.
tight, okay?
I
Yeah,
have
go
few
ahead.
questions that I want to ask the gentleman. So I'm gonna ask them one by one. As a Pan African, maybe you can make me understand some of the things that I ask myself. The first one is don't you think Pan Africanism is an idea of bringing group of black people together to spread hatred about white people, or to spread hatred about color?
Okay. That is a very specific kind of Pan Africanism that stems from parts of America. The African Pan Africanism, if you go to CNU, Dr. Lumumba, and all these other people, they're spreading an economic system whereby every African country has a free and open border, similar to the European Union, but there's rules to it that will allow trade to occur. If Africa can trade within itself, when America puts an embargo on any country, like it did it in Zimbabwe, or it won't affect the country's economy because they can trade within the same continent freely, and that means they have more power. That's what Pan Africanism is about. It's about power, gaining power. It's nothing to do with the Wazungus. That's a very specific, very American, particular part of American Pan Africanism. That's for them to deal
Okay,
with their own trauma. But
okay,
what am I?
sorry to,
Look, sorry, go
mhm.
on. There you
Yeah,
go.
sorry to say this, but from my own side, the kind of Pan Africanism I saw and I'm seeing on YouTube is more of spreading hatred on white people, or trying to tell us black people, you have to hate white people. You don't have to do this. And it's like something that is being forced to us. Like literally being forced, because I, for one, talking to you right now, I am a YouTuber. I've got my own channel. So on my channel, I brought a white guy that I was seeing, I was dating, and I had to get an attack, like Pan Africans having a 2 hours video on me because I'm dating a white guy. So the other question is, if you're a Pan African, don't you think that you should respect other people's feelings, or it doesn't matter if I'm black? Okay.
Okay.
I'm not stupid. Listen, I'm not stupid. I know what happened with our ancestors and this and that. And that. But the kind of person I am is, to me, I'm just saying me, like it happened, it happened. And I took it like it happened, or it's something that was meant to happen, or it's not something that was meant to happen. But I can't live the rest of my life hating certain people, especially those that haven't done anything to me. I could have looked at my brother here and hate him for no reason. Why should I hate? Because what I see is so much hatred. So my other question is, why is it that some of the Pan Africans in some people that calls themselves Pan Africans. Today, you said you're a Pan African. I'm not on this
Hmm.
planet, on this platform to come and blast you or curse you or say, you know what, F off, you shouldn't be here, you are a Pan African, I shouldn't talk to you. We're in a peaceful platform that we're exchanging ideas, because I don't know much about Pan Africanism. So we're exchanging ideas, and it's so peaceful and respectful. If you go to other Pan African thingy
Platform. Mhm.
platforms, yeah, if I have been there talking about this, because I even dated a white guy, they would even give me the right to speak. So I literally want to know. My question again is, why do you do some of you have to force people to like what you like, do what you do, hate the people that
Okay.
you hate? And yeah, so I want to know why.
There's an answer. There's an answer for that. So
Mhm.
if you're gonna be Pan African, it's like, let's say you're pro black, right? It's an affirmative thing. It's about connecting Africans together. You can't be dating someone who is not African, because that goes against the premise
So
of the
Aji,
idea.
you are out.
Yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
she would be obviously allowed to, operate, but she would not be really kind of seen highly in the society, because she's doing something that's against
But
the
who
core
gets
beliefs.
who gets to decide that?
Okay. Mhm.
The system. It's not about
What's
individuals.
Which
So, for
system?
example,
which system?
which system? It's the ideology itself. Like,
Okay,
it's not,
Doctor
again,
Doctor
you'll
K,
be allowed to do
right?
whatever you want.
Doctor
Uh-huh.
K. You know, when you first came, some of the first reason you gave, right,
Hmm.
validated exactly what this topic is about. I said Pan Africanism is the new religion. And your first
Yep.
thing that you talked about that you guys are going to get rid of is what?
Imposed religion by foreigners. That was the main thing. It wasn't the religion point. I agree, it's religion. It's supposed to be a religion. Any good movement has to have what's that word called? When you propaganda. You have to have propaganda rules and community rules. In fact, culture itself, like Gambian culture, every culture is based on propaganda
But
stories
there
that they
is
kept telling and affirming.
the
So,
thing is, right? If you look at it, the Gambia is a country, right? But you cannot specifically say this is, you call and say this is Gambian culture. For example, like I'm a Sarahule. I'm from the Sarahule tribe, and Aji, you are Wolof, right?
Nigeria.
Serer. So you see, me
Yeah.
and Aji, we're from the same country, but we're from
mhm.
different tribes. Like different language, even different foods. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
for Pan Africans to come and try to sell a fantasy, because what they are selling is a fantasy. Because I've even heard some people say they should make Swahili the official African language.
yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, okay, fine. Okay, good, right? So, me, for example, from Gambia, I'm not a Kenyan, I'm not Swahili or Tanzanian whatsoever. It's not spoken in my region. I have my own language.
Mm-hmm.
How is that different from trying to get me from stopping to speak English and then speaking Swahili, which is still going to be foreign to me? I would, because what would be the reason for me to stop my language and adapt Swahili, which is another language? By the way, Swahili has improved in itself to be a language we should adapt. That it doesn't have instructions in sciences and inventing things. So what would be the reason for someone like me, let's say we're from Gambia, from West Africa, why would we adopt,
Okay, so
another
there's
a
two.
foreign language when we already
Right.
have another foreign language we've already mastered?
Okay, there's three things here. First, no one is going to stop you from speaking your cultural languages. You do that. What? Yeah, if people in
But
Kenya
that's
still speak their
forcing
tribal
it,
languages.
because if you come, right? If you come and say, "Oh, let's speak Swahili," now it's a foreign language. How is it different from us speaking English, which
Right.
which is a language that has instruction of inventing things? It has a medicine language in it. You're able to learn all these things in it, but I am yet to see Swahili producing all this. You see what I'm saying? I'm not seeing countries that are speaking the Swahili progressing because of the Swahili. They are speaking another language.
Yeah, I'm not sure how important the language is in progressing. You can just translate everything in science, and more science use Latin words anyways, not English words. The actual science is Latin. But the point here is this: is first of all, no one will impose Swahili because Swahili is actually the fastest growing language in the world right now. It's already gone from Tanzania, it's gone to Kenya, it's gone to Uganda, it's gone to Congo, it's going to Rwanda, it's going to Burundi, and it's spreading far, far more.
But
So
don't
it's
you
one of
know?
those
But do
natural
you know
things.
that? Do you know how long these places have been speaking this language? Swahili is native to that area. When you come to our part of Africa, West Africa, is divided into two. They call it, Upper Guinea and Lower Guinea. That's the ancient name. So the Upper
Okay.
Guinea, that's where we are from, around from Gambia all the way to Guinea, Niger, all those places. The reason why they call it that, the majority is the people, the language that is spoken there is the Mande branch, which is sort of like a Mandinka. They call it differently in all these different territories. Lots of people speak this language. It's common there, just like Swahili is common in the East and Central. So
It's only
why,
common in East actually.
huh?
That's the point. The point here is Swahili was only common in East. It
But
moved all the way from the East to the Central.
but but
That's
I'm
so the
but I'm
point here
just
is it's going
I'm
to keep growing.
saying, right, the population. I'm telling you that there's a huge population that speak an offshoot language that's kind of like what Swahili is in East and Central. This is in West Africa. Like I can go to Guinea and speak, sort of the Malinke and communicate with them. In Ivory Coast, they call them Jula. They have them in Mali. They have them in Niger, Sierra Leone, Guinea Conakry, Guinea Bissau, Senegal. So these are places with huge populations, speaking these languages that is an offshoot of the same family language. You can
Right. See what
communicate.
you're talking about. Right. I get where you're going from this, but the similarity to that is not a proper full language like Swahili. Similarities is like Bantu. I can understand Shona. I can understand from people from Zambia with my own language. That's not the same thing as an actual language that is almost the same.
Yeah,
It's slightly different.
but what I'm saying is, right? So what I'm seeing, the Pan Africanism is giving even Africans that adopt this to have this superiority complex, because now you're Pan African. Now all of a sudden you think that we should speak Swahili because That's the part of Africa you are from. That's what you're familiar with.
No,
When in
that's
reality,
not true.
wait, in reality, like I said, we already have something, language that is very common in these places that I've told you. They don't sound exactly the same, but millions of people speak it, and we do commerce in it with no problem. Because there's no doubt that West Africa and East Africa, there's a huge difference. There's a
Yes,
huge
okay,
difference. So if,
right.
for example, you come to somebody, most people I know, most Gambians, you come to them telling them to speak Swahili, they'll give you the middle finger.
Yeah.
Like they will literally give you the middle finger.
Like,
Literally.
are you serious?
Yeah, they'll be
Yeah.
like, man, you better get out of my face. Like you say Pan
I mean,
African is, they will be like, man, have you lost your mind? That's what they will say
no,
to you. Because
I understand that.
that is not different. It's no different than, any other language. Because even the English, they didn't force their language on us. You know that, right?
Um,
They didn't force it on us, but it became the official language, and we all speak it. I mean, we're already
I
communicating in
mean,
English. That we are not
right.
having issues there. But the Pan Africanists, just like Aji said, to not want they attack the European language. That's all coming from hate. Even though you being from Kenya, right? Me being from Gambia, the only reason we're able to communicate and understand each other properly because we're speaking a neutral language, the white man's language. It's no longer the white man's language. There is more English speakers in China than anywhere in the world. You see, so I see it as a tool. Like, for instance, do you speak any other Kenyan languages different from your own tribe?
Yeah, I speak Omotic language from Ethiopia. I speak my mom's tribe. I speak Kuyu, which is not my tribe. I speak many different languages.
Cool. So just
I
like
speak
me
Chinese.
too. But when you speak this, like, because even if you know certain languages, I know in Africa there's no problem for you to communicate with people. Generally, it's not that hard. It's a language. But there are some smaller groups. Like for instance, my language, my tribe I'm from, it's a smaller tribe. Not too many people, even in my country, who are not part of my tribe, can speak the language. You see, but we learn other languages. The main language we learn Mandinka and Wolof. We learn English. Just to communicate with people. We have absolutely no problem, doing that. But now, if somebody want to add Swahili to this, now that's gonna be a problem. Don't you see how you guys are becoming the uh, the black colonialists? You guys are trying to
Mm-hmm.
copy the former white colonialists.
Exactly.
Because this
Yes.
I think you guys admire the white colonialists, and you want to be in the position of doing that. Because if you look at this is no different than what King Leopold did in the Congo. Like
Um,
send his agents and implement his own ideology, because you yourself said it, ideology. Another thing he used, convince the people that they were Christians. So now you guys are trying to get rid of Christianity, Islam, and you call it foreign language, but you guys are doing the same exact thing. It's been done for economics. Even when you guys talk about white people, Arabs, you only point at their economic success. That's the only things that have been pointed. Like even I'm sure you know PLO. He's your favorite, right? PLO Lumumba. Okay, let's look at it. Beside that guy, giving us words and, what ideas has he come up with that is bringing money beside him just, you know, um, giving,
Okay, I
speaking
will
big
give you
words.
one of the reasons why East Africa has united is the East African Community and also the East African Federation, two separate things. One of them is an actual country. The other one, between several different East African countries, is due to Pan Africanism and partly what he said. And that's going to actually improve the economy of that. It already is improving. There's people from Uganda, Kenya, um, Tanzania, etc. Those countries, you can go to any countries with a passport now and work easily. You know, among other stuff that they're planning to actually implement. So that is coming from a more Pan African thing. That's a good thing. In today's market, right? This is the problem. You're not going to get small countries like Ghana or especially Gambia, right? It's not even a country really in the size. On its size, it's more like a small city in a big country, really. It's like 2 million people. It's not going to compete anywhere, especially it's a landlocked country
Where's
that really is as
landlocked?
small as a city.
What country is a landlocked?
Gambia, Gambia.
No, you might
So
want to learn a little bit about Gambia. We are right there
so
on the
Gambia is not
Gambia. This is what I'm saying. A lot of Pan
it's not
Africanists.
landlocked.
Gambia is right on the mouth of the ocean. Gambia,
Surrounded by water, the
we are
Atlantic
surrounded
Ocean.
by water. The entire Gambia, the
Okay,
same
I need to
way.
learn.
See, the
I need to
reason
learn.
why Gambia exists, the reason why they even, they followed the water, the river Gambia, because you can come from the mouth of the Atlantic. It's only 7 hours flight to New York. There's a reason why it was like last destination when you're being, if you're taken into slavery from the other coast. Once you hit that spot,
Oh yeah, see that's my correction.
yeah. So Gambia,
My
Gambia,
correction.
Gambia lacks everything except water. The whole place is water.
No, my
Mali,
correction. My correction
Mali,
on that.
Mali is landlocked. Because look at Gambia, it's on the coast, it's not interior.
No, I just saw it.
Yeah.
You see your
Yeah,
life.
my correction. But let me use a different, more accurate example then, based on the map. At least I know. Example is a country like Ethiopia, right? They don't have any seaports. If you want to bring a car into Ethiopia, do you know how much it costs? It's gonna a $2,000 car, right? In America, that's used. In Ethiopia, it's gonna cost you 15,000 because it costs so much money to import that
Well,
through
that's
the
the
other
cost.
countries.
Well, that's the cost.
That's it.
That's
hmm
the cost of doing business with a country that is landlocked. They just
Listen,
gotta, they gotta step up their game, which is what they did.
okay.
Yeah,
No, the point here
Ethiopia.
is right.
Ethiopia is doing okay. Like, let me give you an example. I'm glad you talked about landlocked countries. You know Mali, right?
hmm
Mali is landlocked. If we even look at Mali's very recent, not too long ago history, we compare their wealth, to other places in Africa. You cannot compare Mali's wealth to countries that were even in the coast. The only places you could compare it to is maybe, I would say, the Gold Coast, but the Gold Coast came later on. But even in the ancient times, like even today, Ethiopia's landlocked. For example, Ethiopia is not stopping them. In fact, their economy is boosting. They are doing great. But now we're having Pan Africanists who have not established any form of economic progress anywhere the blueprint that we can go off of. But they want to, speak on things because the things they call disadvantages, those are advantages.
Okay, so let me make it easier to understand. Every world economy that is doing well, apart from one or two countries, is operating as a continent. With African countries, they're operating as either countries or some places like Gambia, a city, a big city. You're never going to compete in a world of continents when you're broken down into small countries that can't even do trade within itself properly. That makes
No,
no sense.
see, well,
USA plus
that's where
United States.
well, see, that's where you're wrong. That's what I'm saying. Like, The Pan-Africanists, they do not know. Just because you're looking at the size of the country, that doesn't mean, yeah, we're not going to be competing with Nigeria. But you have to realize the Gambia is a hub. We have huge port there. A lot of things that come in, going to, this is why I mentioned Mali and other places. They ship things to Gambia. They take the big trucks, because trucking is a big thing in that region. They transport them, generating money. That's a lot of money, goods being transported across. So Gambia is right there, you know, benefiting from it. It doesn't matter what their size is. So that's why I'm saying, because you see what you said, right? When you first came, you said Africans, continental Africans, are brainwashed. That's the first thing you said, right? And I ask you, what are they brainwashed about? Just because somebody is not sharing the ideology, because this ideology is a Western thing. Let's not forget that. The people that are telling you and I about Pan-Africanism, the most popular ones, let's just be real. They are not Africans. They know nothing about Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Even in the West here, there is no proven track record to show that they are success. They thrive off of donations and scamming. They shame other people to give them what they have. This is the truth. Like this is being the truth. This is what we have been seeing. Some people might think I'm just bashing them, whatever. No. Like I told you, I used to be a deacon at the Church of Pan-Africanism. So this is why I know so much. I used to go out there, be in the meetings with my dashiki on, with the fist pump on. You see what I'm saying? So, but if there is anything that is like progressive, something that's going to help all of us, elevate our minds, obviously, I would go for it. But to point us at an African because the African is not sharing the same sentiment, a Western black person has towards white person, I think that doesn't make any sense. Because you and I can agree that, do you think a village, people in Kenya, a village or whatever, just ordinary Kenya, you think they are worried about,
No.
white people?
No, definitely not.
So because even in Africa, I know people like to say this, in West Africa, a lot of the economy is within. It's within, that's where a lot of the money is made. But I know because people are brainwashed about the Western ideology, the same people that are telling us that, but they still don't understand the commerce of Africa, how it works.
Oh, Afri let me just not cut you there. Let me explain to Kai that because I am a born and raised Gambian. For example, what you're saying right now, let me just tell him because it was like saying Africa is not colonized. Use Senegal as an example. So my question is again, do you want to tell me because Africans or the African governments or some countries on the continent work with white people hand in hand, that means we're not colonized? So the thing is, we live in a world of black and white. We can't do anything without a black person being there. We can't do anything without a white person being there. That is how the world works right now. So coming back to what Afridemus was saying, let's use, you said Gambia, Gambia. I am a born and raised Gambian, yeah. Gambia was colonized by the British. After that, like Gambia, you said it is a very small country with 2 million people. Like Pan-Africanism is all about stopping what white people do and what white people does not do in Africa, innit? So right now, if you stop tourism in the Gambia, it's like you've killed a whole country, because the
Yeah.
largest listen, the largest how to call it thing in Gambia, our economic depends on the tourism that comes after you have agriculture. So it's like if Pan Africans killed Gambia, tourism, or white people from UK, because most of them comes from UK and go to Gambia, it's like you've literally killed a whole country of 2 million people. Then there is no more Gambia. So I don't get how you lot will just, okay, what the thing is, what do you guys have on the table for us, like Gambians, for example? If you want to stop white people from coming to Gambia, working with the government, coming for tourism, this and that, what is there that you lot can do to take that little country forward? And you're talking about Pan-Africanism. When you said Gambia is on the landlocked, I was surprised, because you as an African, and you said you're a proud Pan African, I would have it would have been funny for an African American or another Pan African who does not live in Gambia or Africa, or have never even been to Africa, to say that. But I felt like, oh my God, really, you're an African, a proud Pan African, and you don't even know that Gambia is surrounded by water. It's like a little island. That's why we eat.
Right.
If you go to Gambia, we don't eat meat. Is so expensive in Gambia. My brother would tell you, chicken is expensive. But when it comes to seafood, fish, streams, prawns, crabs, snails, it's like you can have it like. If you want, you don't even need to buy it. You can know people that you go to the seaside, they give it to you. So I expected you as a Pan African, and you said you're an African Pan African, to know more about the Gambia. Now, I said this on the last video, that some people just hear something, yay, then they just joined a certain group because, oh, they feel like, oh, I think I should belong, or I can belong here, and join that group. But learn first what you're getting into, know more, go into details, know what is the agenda, what do they have. Okay, I've been hearing Pan-Africanism, but I'm not interested in it. But I see, like, since a certain group of people have been saying this, have been saying that, what have you guys changed? It's like a fight that never ends. And it's, for me, like I said, do you want to tell me, because I dated a white guy? Because when you answered my question, I'm like, damn, from a brother. Do you want to tell me, because I dated a white guy, so I don't belong to the black community anymore? Right? Seriously. Because your answer felt like, nah. So it's like I'm an outcast from my own people. So they will come and call me a sister later on. Oh, from now on, you can't. Okay. The thing is, so many Pan Africans have slept with white people before. And after
Mm.
sleeping with the white person, and on the long run, you decided that, nah, it's not for me. I want to be a Pan African. Why don't you condemn those people, even if they had done it when they were 16, even if they had done it when they were 14? And where is the respect that one wants to live their life the way they want to? If I had chosen to be with a white guy, I expect you as a Pan African, if even if I was from the same mom and dad with you, to respect my decision, to respect my feelings as much as I respect what you want to be. But I felt like, as a sister, like I said, I've been attacked, like been caused, been insulted, like as if it's by force to become a Pan African, because that it was like I have to do it whether I like it or not. Oh, I'm gonna get attacked by my black brothers. So, okay, let me give you an example. I can be on from the same mom and dad with you. We lost our dad, God forbid. We lost our dad. I feel the loss of my dad more than you feel it. Or you feel the loss of our dad more than I feel it. It tells you that people are not the same. Even our hands, like we always say in Wolof, even our fingers, you see they're taller than each other. It tells you, you can you can find something not fun. I can find something so much funny. So at some point I feel like, oh, okay, You know, for example, I saw this Pan African that went to this platform that was insulting me, and he sat there insulting me for 2 complete hours. After these 2 hours that he joined those people to insult me, a week later he sent me a message on Instagram apologizing to me and said, "Oh, I was there when they were insulting you and also insulted you, but I'm here to apologize. You are my sister." I was like, "Are you for real? Now that you've insulted me enough, you feel like you should come back and tell me that, oh, blacks are fighting black, you're my black brother." No, you're not, because you've already showed me so much hatred, and then you come and want to do what with me? Come on. I think we should be reasonable here. There are things in life that are impossible, but one tend to push and push and push. So for how long are you guys gonna fight for this pan-Africanism? How about us teaching our kids that, you know what, color does not matter? It happened, it happened. Everything in life you have black and white, positive, negative, this and this. If this happened, this, you have the right and the wrong. Everything you have left and right, left and right. It comes in different ways, the opposite way. So why can't we just accept the fact that, oh, it is like this? We just take it the way it is and live life as normal, like not see color as a problem, because Pan Africanism is more like color as a problem. So if you have something that you have to say or about what I said, then you can add something on it.
Yeah. So personally, I used to date these Wazungus also when I was young.
Oh, wait, wait, wait,
Mhm.
wait, 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 wait. Say that loud again. You say you did
I when
what?
I was young, I dated Wazungus.
Uh-oh.
There we go. There we go.
But I found Jesus, and it's a metaphor. I found the truth, and I left my
See,
old
my
ways.
brother is
You know.
entertaining us again. This is why I love this platform, because right now we are talking as adults. We're having a dialogue. We're educating others, because I saw on the comment section people saying, "Oh, I'm getting educated," and here we have a black brother who said, "I've dated white people before," and then I said this: the Pan Africans that were even attacking me, they had white girlfriends before, and some of them are even right now married to white people. I'm telling you. And
Yeah, I would not
I
marry
do
one.
speak to, yes, I do speak to
I
this
would
guy
not.
that is a Pan-African. He tells me, he said when he was younger, he dated so many
Look,
Muzungus before he become a Pan-African. It's
Aji,
like someone, yeah, oh, let me
Aji,
just complete this.
there's someone even in the comment section that
Mm-hmm.
mentioned that. They said her husband is, I'm guessing, black, is Pan African, and they are white. Look, do you know how many of the Pan Africans they are
Afri,
prophets?
just hold. Afri, hold on. It's like someone who enjoy, for example, let me say this. Now I feel like it's a group of people who enjoys the Mozungu enough. And they said, nah, I've done what I want to do. I've enjoyed them enough. This is not for me anymore. And go and join a certain group and trying to stop other people who wants to do it. Come on. How? That's hypocrisy.
Well, because the crazy thing is, Aji, right? Think about it this way. For instance, you and I are from Gambia.
Mm-hmm.
So you see people who are married, marry white people, or they're, like they have white wife or white husband. So you come to Gambia, nobody is getting mad. Your own people, they are welcoming, they are nice, but then you see complete strangers who they say to you, you shouldn't, we don't approve of this, and they are not even, you're not related to them, but their only reason is because you have the same skin color.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're like, wait a minute, who are you? Why should I care about what you gotta say? Why do I have to join this movement that is trying to, take me down? Because with the Pan Africans, they have so many rules, and their rules, it doesn't benefit you when you follow it. You don't even know, where this is taking you to. I mean, now someone like Kwesi, Aji, your favorite guy, Kwesi. Someone like Kwesi, he and Adkati and others, they became smart and used their skill to monetize this Pan-African thing. So they are doing it in a weird way. Instead of passing the plate, they are just saying we're selling land. So, Dr. K, you know that there are a lot of people, right? Especially a lot of women who want to be a part of this movement. They want to be a part of something. Do you agree that a lot of Pan-Africans, especially some of you guys as prophets, you know, the young prince, Dr. Umar, who King Kong don't even have
Umar
anything on.
Johnson.
Yeah, he's making plenty of money off of the people. He said he's going to start a school. You know, he wants people to volunteer their services. So at what point do you, as an African person, a Pan-Africanist, and you know, like you talked about colonialism and all, colonialism is nothing but, you know, us, you know, getting bamboozled financially. You know, like some people, they knew the price of things. They exploited the people that were there before us. But, you know, we woke up from it. We move on to another thing. It's not a color thing. It's just a smart thing. You see? It's just a smart thing.
So
Some
you're
people.
saying we're not as smart as them? Are you saying we're not as smart as the Ozungus?
Am I saying what?
We're not as smart as the Ozungus.
Which Muzungu?
You know, the ones who have exploited the deals.
Well, the Muzungus that did that are obviously smarter than the Pan-Africanists. There's no doubt in my mind about that, and there's no doubt in your mind. In your mind, you know this. If I start seeing the Pan-Africanists operating the mines in Africa, right? When they bring those machines, employ the people, and show the youth, start teaching people how to build roads, then I would say, yeah. Isn't that what the quote-unquote Muzungus are doing? That's what they've done. You know, even in small Gambia, you can go and you will see colonial buildings. So I'm very
what
like.
about this then?
Huh?
I employ 20 people in Kenya and 3 people in Ethiopia.
Yeah, but you're
Am I not
Kenyan.
doing
You're not the typical Pan-Africanist, right?
Okay.
Because you obviously love you some Muzungu. There's nothing wrong with it.
In the past.
You know, you walk into the grocery store and Cindy was like, "Hi, Kay. Oh, I love your accent." You're like, "Oh my God, let me get your number." You know these white women, how they smile beautifully. You couldn't resist it. But now the Pan-Africanists themselves, like I said, some of this Pan-Africanists here in the States, these people, they've gone too far. Literally, I'm talking not even too far. They would bring their white woman and try to convince you that she's black. They are like, oh, she's just too light skinned. I was like, are you serious? I'm looking at a white person, you're telling me they are just light skinned. And they wear dashiki. Like, there's nothing wrong with a white person being there. There's absolutely nothing wrong. And what Pan-Africanists are trying to do, it will never work until they are willing to do what white people are doing. In Africa, when African countries, I'm talking literally majority, when there's disaster in these African countries, natural disasters, wars, who is there to financially help them and bring them back up? It's not even other African countries. You and I know this. It is the so-called Muzungu. Because even the Pan-Africanist goddess that's in Gambia, Juliet, she's saying that she builds boreholes in the name of Pan-Africanism. Do you know how many boreholes white people are building there? They're not even talking about it. So how can you go and tell those people that the white people have built schools for, they've done these things for? How can you go tell those people that? No, 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 these white people are evil. You know, the white people built the school. They're not even telling the blacks, the black people, how to run the school. That's what I'm trying. Like, they literally, they build it. They're like, here, you can have it, and they still continue to sponsor the school. Those tourists that these Pan-Africanists are hating on. Do you know how many families those people are helping? How many people's tuition they are paying, and they are not expecting anything in return.
No, you have a
But
point here.
yeah,
We should be the ones to be doing this, and that's why
exactly my point. Because if you, the Pan-Africanists, instead of collecting, if they were given like the quote-unquote Muzungus they are hating on, trust me, it would be different. Then you can have a conversation and come and be like, oh, these Muzungus are evil to you, blah, blah, blah. But I see them, they're like, oh, in Gambia, these people are so cool with the Muzungus, blah, blah, blah. What, the Gambians are supposed to hate somebody because of their skin color? So this is why when Aji brought, pretty much Dr. K, every point I have touched, right? All the reasons I've given, when you came in, is weird. That's why I asked you, did you hear it? You said no. You repeated it almost word for word. You mentioned the religion. And this is what I'm talking about. Exactly. I said, this has become a religion. It's become a religion. And even you accepted it.
Yeah, this is true. I think we should be the ones to be doing it more often. There's no point us criticizing Ozungus if we're not doing it ourselves. I agree with that point completely. That's the thing we should take responsibility for.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, even here in America, when you see somebody, like, they would say, oh, I'm a Pan-Africanist. Like I said, I used to go to this movement. Even a young African, right, that is starting out, maybe there is different Pan-Africanist group. But if you're there, associating with them, you don't know the country much, I can almost guarantee that you would be living a broke life in America, because these people are collecting donations. You would never find how to make money, how to make a good life here. And it is very easy to make good life in America. Like, when I was hanging out with around in the Church of Pan-Africanism, I was the one telling them, giving them financial pointers. But you know what they tell me? Oh man, you're talking the white man's language. And when I hear that, you know what that translated to me as? That they are telling me, look, can't you tell we are lazy? But now somebody is telling me, oh, like they would say, Gambia should try to compete. But what if Gambia has citizens that can go outside and compete? Would you guys be against that?
No, of course not. That makes no sense. I think you met some particular
Mimi, can you hear me?
I can hear you very well.
Okay, fine.
Mimi, Nakam.
Can I speak?
Guys, sorry.
I did not.
Yeah, sorry to say. Sorry to say, guys, I have to go to bed. It's really late here.
Okay, no
Can you
problem.
just hear me before you go, please? Because I just want to make this clear. And then you can go. Because all of you guys are confusing the real Pan-African that our forefathers fight. Like, I would just say people like Halifa Saleh, they are Pan-African. Sidia, they are Pan-Africa. PLO, Lumumba, they are Pan-Africa. Don't confuse it with these whole Pan-Africans in the YouTube streets that are there for their own interest. They don't even believe themselves. They are not Pan-Africanists. What they're doing is they bring an ideology of B1, whatever their ideology is. Like, you don't have to talk to white people. You don't have to
Yeah.
marry white people. You don't have to do nothing with white people. And they are lying. Their everyday life evolves with white people. The stores they go in America is white people's store. They
Uh-huh.
work for white people. Every day they interacting with white people. Some of them have white people like wives or girlfriend. So don't even like
Exactly.
put this the real pan Africanist that what is the Ghanaian pan Africanist called again? What is he? I shouldn't be forgetting about him. That's like the father of pan African and it will come back to my mind. But I know the child know who I'm talking about. The president, the former president of Ghana. People that fight for Africa to be independent, like still to have for Africa to have their own ideology, to bring Africa to be united as one. Those are the real Pan Africanists. But these people that are on YouTube, they are not Pan Africanists. They just, I call it a cult. They just form their own
Yeah.
cult and
Sounds
call
like
it
it.
a Pan African. They are not. Bach is not a Pan African. Yeah, I'm going to call their name. They don't even believe in themselves. People like that will say, oh, we hate white people, this and that. And they will, behind your back, they will go and deal with them. If white people giving them money, they will go walk with them. So don't believe in their ideology. Believe in what you believe, do what you want to do. They are real Pan-Africanists. And those real Pan-Africanists don't even say that you don't have to do anything with white people because they know this world is global. Whatever you do, we have to interact with each other. The only thing is like we shouldn't give Africa for free. Africans need to have their own ideology and do their own thing. That's what they said. But not like you don't have to do nothing with white people. They don't want white people to come to Africa and abuse us and use us anymore. That's the Pan African, the real Pan Africans trying to fight. Let's have an equal
Exactly.
share. Let's have an
Exactly.
equal share. Don't come and have 90% and we have 2%. That's the ideology. If we're doing business with you, let's do a fair business. That's the ideology,
But
but not
Mimi,
like, oh, we don't
Mimi,
want nothing to do with these white people.
but Mimi, if you look at it, right? In Africa, the people, they abuse, they are not only even saying white people come in here to Africa to abuse, because the people are going by the, like the history, right? The world was smaller, the communication was closer, closed in, people don't know what's going on. But if we're going to be real and be honest here, in Gambia, especially, which is a tourist destination, besides these few things that they started this propaganda talking about, the Gambia is a sex destination. That's a whole different topic. But can we truly say,
And I will touch into that too.
yeah, can we truly say
I'm
we know
I'm
white
not
people
saying,
that cause problems?
no, I am not saying there is no sex tourism in Gambia. And I'm not even going to be calling other people like country around us. Most people that are in this business, in this sex tourist business, are not even Gambians. Maybe you
Right.
will find
Oh,
a
I
few
know.
Gambians.
I
It's
know.
our neighboring countries and the sub-region. And the way they're making it is not even like that. Like people are selling their kids. That's not true. Nobody is not selling their kids to the white people. You might have people that are poor that don't even know, are naive. Maybe they don't even know that there might be like a pedophile on these people there because they're really naive. They don't even know what's going on. They've never been out of Gambia to understand what pedo is. And they maybe they take advantage of them. I'm not saying that thing can happen. That thing can happen. But other than that, if you go to Google and find the 20 strongest countries in the world, Gambia is not even 20. It's not even near that. You go to other our surroundings, like you have more sex tourism over there than in Gambia, but they just want to come and paint Gambia like that.
But
Like I said,
but
I am
Mimi,
not saying
Mimi,
there
I'll
is
give you
no
an
sex
example,
tourism.
right? Mimi, you live in America. If we're going to be real, like for example, like I'm around a lot of white people. There's millions of white people in America. Like I've worked with white people. Like I see white people. I'm around them. White people generally, if you live around white people, they don't even bother you. They are going by their business. There's no such thing as, worrying about all this foolery. But try go be around majority black. That's when they start trying to come up with, little rules. Oh, you all Africans can say this about us. You all Africans, you like being with the white people. You all Africans, you all don't hate the white people. You all Africans, you over here taking our jobs. You all Africans over here, just cooking good jollof rice. Oh, like even if we move wrong,
That's true.
they complain. A white person, imagine.
Let me tell you my story. The first time I came in America, I am not saying America is a racist country. That is true. I am not
But
going to
define
But let
racism
me,
though.
okay, let me. There are racist things that is happening. I am not going to be taking that, and there's a systematic racism. Just because I don't go through it, I am not going to be like, oh, it's not like that.
No,
But
the reason why I'm asking
I'm
you,
going to tell
right?
my. Let me finish. I'm going to tell you my story. The first people that show me that we are not the same when I came to America, and I was like, okay, it's like a lot of people that look like me. They will tell you real quick that you guys are not the same.
Right.
Like, oh, we don't even have the same color. I'm like, I never have a problem with my color where I come from. And even my job, the people that give me hard time is the people that look like me, not the white people. The
Exactly.
people that look like me, those are the
I
people
said
that
it on
give
one
me
of my
hard
videos. Yeah.
time.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes I don't understand why.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like, why do you think that I'm coming to take your job? If you prove yourself, you will have the same you have more opportunity than me
Mm-hmm.
in the first place. I have to prove myself more to be where I am right now. And it's like you want to go to the white boss and talk about what I did. But one thing about America is like numbers, the production and your quality is something that they look for. If they know that you're doing your job based on your numbers and quality, you can tell them shit. So if you try to go behind my back and try to stab me, those people, what one thing about white people is whatever you tell them, they will tell you, oh, this person said this, because they know we don't like each other, and they will take advantage of it. They will bring me to the table and bring that person to the table and say, hey, what's the issue? The person that you're trying to make us fired, numbers like prove more than your numbers. Her quality is better than your quality. So what's the issue here? So it's just like it show you how us black people hate each other. We
Well,
have a long way
well,
to go.
you
White
know.
people don't do that to themselves. It's
Well, the
just
thing
us
is,
that do this
Mimi.
thing.
The thing is, like the Bantu Queen said here. Bantu Queen, she's always funny. She said, to be fair, their dream is to be, currents in the continent. And I'm glad somebody like the Bantu Queen, she wrote this. That's the bottom line, because you look at it, the behavior. Because even that's why I ask you, like when you say racism, right? Even you cannot pinpoint to say what is racist. People just say these things. No such thing as racism, sexism, homophobism, Islamophobism, deadbeat dadism. None of it
I,
exists.
I forgot.
It's hold on, let me finish. It's
Okay, go.
it's either good or bad. There is good or bad people. But if somebody, for instance, you're in a foreign land or where there is more people than you, it all depends on how you as an individual feel about yourself and how you carry yourself. But maybe because maybe I'm a Sarahule, we're naturally capitalists. We figure out people quicker. Like I really don't think about what somebody else is thinking of me.
Mm-hmm.
You know
Exactly.
why?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Because you came from a different background.
yeah.
When you came to America, you don't even know what is racism. You
Oh,
till you get
I still don't know what it is.
yeah. So
I call it
like you
good
don't
or,
even
but black
about those
people,
things.
what we call racism, right? What we refer to as racism. Black people are more racist than white people in
Let me
America, because black people say, all these things about everyone. They are the ones that are never afraid. They will call a white person. They will call a white person a cracker.
Exactly.
They will call a white person a cracker, right?
That's true.
But if the white person, returns the favor, they are. But this is like, it's like when you're dealing with them, it's like you're dealing with a retarded child. If they kick you, you kick them back. Now you are the evil one. They would cry to the entire world. They will cry to the entire world. Look at Mimi. You are in America. All these shootings and killings, they are killing, people, and we know majority is black people killing black people. Where's the Pan-Africanist talking about this?
That's a fact. That's a fact that black. That's true.
St. James, are you in?
Yeah, let me ask a question to Mimi, right? Mimi.
Okay, Aji, thanks for joining us, Aji.
Yeah, Mimi. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So
all right.
Okay. So you're from the Gambia, right?
Yeah.
Let's say this, like we live in the same neighborhood, you and I, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we meet somewhere at the gas station or a store. We're gonna have a conversation like Africans, right? Like, hey, how you doing? How you doing? What's your name, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where you come from? You're gonna be like, yeah, I'm from the Gambia, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'm from Burkina Faso, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the conversation may go. We can take it somewhere else, right? Let's say we can exchange numbers, and like if I'm new to the country, let's say, well, I'm new to the community, right? You're gonna try to help one another, if that's possible. So you said when you got checked by someone about your blackness who looks like you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what do you think that happened?
I just see it as self-defense. Let me make this clear before anything. Afridamo's experience and my experience might be different. He disagreed that there is no racism. I agree that there is racism in America.
Yeah, but describe racism though.
Yeah, but what he's trying to say is, like, black people give you that same energy sometimes when you're African, like what white people can give you. And
you mean if you say there's bigotry?
Because I experience it.
Yeah, okay. But what I'm saying, what would you consider a racist?
Because when go ahead, finish your.
What would you consider to be racist?
Afridamos, there are white people that cannot stand black people. They don't even want to live in the same neighborhood with black people because there's a stereotype that wherever black people are, the housing market is gonna go down, and maybe some other things.
But is that a lie?
I mean, because they make it like that.
Who makes it like that?
That's why I'm going that sometimes it's like the system that want to make it like that. Because a black person is here doesn't mean that your housing market has to be down.
No. But I think
let me finish.
Okay.
They will like pick you particularly just because you are black. They don't want you in their neighborhoods, and that's racist.
Have you ever seen that? Truly though, have you ever? I'm not talking about like back in the days, right? I'm talking about like right now in America. Because when they're not saying black people, the reason, because I know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, you've heard of gentrification, right?
Yeah, gentrification.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So you understand, like, this is the same. So gentrification, how gentrification happens is they're buying these properties that are in prime areas, but they buy it on pennies because that the neighborhood goes down, and who takes it down? The former people that live there, even white people. So poor white communities face that. You have people in a community, like let's look at Chicago, Southside Chicago. People are over there shooting and killing each other. obviously the property values are gonna go down. That's how it works. So the city where I live in, there's an area where black people, majority blacks, used to live. It became what they call gentrified. How that happened is the black people themselves that live in that neighborhood, they sell their houses under pressure. What puts them under the pressure? The same black people, their children that they raise, that live in those neighborhoods, that pull drive-bys, that sell drugs, gang activity. So the property values go down. People don't want to be there anymore. They sell it to people that have the money. They come and buy it and build it up. That's what it's called. So you look at it in Gambia, for example. Now you have like blacks who come, or other people that have money. And you're having, because I've heard people try to advocate to say, oh, these people are taking advantage of this poor Gambian who's got their children. Hey, they are making the decision to sell it to somebody who's got the money. They need the money. The person got the money. They exchange it. So I can never call that racism. Hey, nobody's forcing you to sell your property. As far as I know, in America, anywhere, there's not a place a black person cannot move to. Just like they are doing over about Africa, the Pan-Africanists. They are telling people that, oh, y'all don't want to sell the land to us, blah, blah, blah. Hey, the people that have the money, they are buying the land. Same here in America, the black people that have money, they are selling it. And I understand what you're saying about when you say racist. There is discrimination and prejudice. The reason why I don't like to use the word racist, it makes things vague. I like to pinpoint exactly what what it is, but when you say racism, because like even the LGBTQ people, right? Now they are using the racism. If you speak against them, they refer to it as racist.
Okay, I can understand that some people can just bring the race flag like all the time, but I just don't want it to be like, oh, it's not real. It is real. I
But
can give you
but you're having a hard time.
this.
You're having a hard time telling me, that to
Just
prove
because
that.
I can pinpoint it or I didn't went through it, I am not gonna undermine it because it is real. That's what I'm
But
saying.
you see,
Okay, let me give you
me right
let me
here,
give you
right?
an example. Afrodamus, like how sometimes they can um bring the race card and it's not even racist. Like just what happened recently with that Shakari issue, that the girl,
Sharika
yeah,
Richards.
sorry, whatever her name is, the sprinter, the runner, just because she didn't follow the rules are the rules. I mean, it's sad that they like she's not going to run, but at the end of the day, the rules are the rules, and she's not even the only black girl that is going to the Olympics. So why will you say, "Oh, let's boycott the Olympics because they're being racist"? They're not being racist. She didn't follow the rules. There are so many black people in America that are going to the Olympics that follow the rules. So why should people not like boycott the what is it called again, the Olympics? That I can say that they sometimes they just throw the race card over there like that, and sometimes it's not even racist, but real racism is here. Just
Okay,
because I could
give me an
point it,
example.
or that's what I'm saying, just because I haven't experienced it. To be honest with you, I am not going to say I experience racism when I don't experience it, but there are cases that you know that this is racism.
Yeah,
That's
but that's what I'm. That's where we're having a hard time. Which is, let me give you an example. Hold on, St. James, just 1 second. Let me give you an example. For instance, right? I'm like I'm taking the state of Washington, sued them for discrimination. You see what I'm saying? for discrimination, because the discrimination is different from racism. Because when you say racist, it muddies the water. Like I said, they are even LGBTQ people, the LGBTQ people are now using the word racism. So it doesn't really work. If you cannot afford to move into a neighborhood, that doesn't mean the people are racist. If you have money, you can go buy property.
But Afridamus, do you know there are some neighborhoods that, I mean, I'm not gonna bring the story because it doesn't concern me. Where I live is like so mixed. I'll live more in a predominantly black neighborhood than white, and like average middle class black people. That's where I live. But there are places in America that they can profile you. Even if you have the money, they can profile you because you are black. They're not gonna approve um you for a house. Things like
Well,
that happen.
well, that's fine. Why would you want to be where you are not wanted? If they're not gonna sell,
That's
I'm not
not,
gonna buy. Like there's not, if they don't want my money, I can go elsewhere. Just like I see
I
black people
think
protesting to go
I don't
where.
even
But what I'm
in
saying,
a predominantly white neighborhood. If it's not mixed or something, I don't want to be
but
in a
but what I'm
predominant.
saying, it is against the laws of the United States of America to to discriminate against someone. Like what you're saying, yes, this is true. This used to happen. They used to have laws where they would even tell the individual, like if they're selling property to you, you would have to sign it and say, you cannot sell to a black person.
That was
Yes.
back.
No,
I'm not
no,
talking.
no. I'm saying that's happened. You see what I'm saying? But now, because if we're talking about economics here, now it would be hard to point racism into that, because people generally, they don't care. If you have the money, I guarantee you, if a white person is selling a house and it's a bidding system, the highest bidder is black, they would sell it to the black person. It's about the money. You see what I'm saying? It's totally about the money. It's nothing else.
I can still agree to disagree.
Yeah, because
Be-
if you go to Baltimore, or
Mhm.
other places like Indiana, Baltimore, they have entire sections of abandoned houses. They are literally selling them, pennies on the dollar. If you go to Indiana, they have these abandoned houses that used to be black neighborhood.
Detroit, talk about Detroit.
Detroit, you can, like, I've looked up these houses. You could literally buy these houses,
Like
you know,
2,000 ash, you have it. They will sell it to
like cheaper than that.
you.
So to me, the reality is, this is why I said there's no such thing as racism. Because why are you always forcing yourself to go live with the people that you say hate you so much?
I mean, that's a good point. Like, why do you want to live with them if they hate you so
If
much?
they hate you
But
so much,
again,
like, why do you want
but
to live with them?
but
Like, that's my
but
whole,
Affidavit.
yeah.
Affidavit.
just like
Yeah,
what
go
you
ahead.
There
said.
is 2 million.
Mimi,
There's two
let
million.
him speak.
Okay,
There is
okay.
two. There is 2 million. Like the last time I checked, there is 2 million. Right, 2 million people in the Gambia. Right. It sounds about right.
Uh,
And those people, they wake up in the morning, they don't talk about racism, right? I know this is different, different countries, right?
right.
But those people, they wake up in the morning, they don't speak about racism. But you look at America, we got 40 million Black American, maybe 3 million immigrant. If we come together, let's say we come together, to create our own opportunities here in America, do you think we will be still talking about racism?
Absolutely not. That's why I mentioned those places in Detroit, Indiana, and all. So we have this Pan Africanists. They are collecting money. They are not telling people, okay, we as people, we're willing to put this money together. Why don't we go buy those properties and sell them?
That's it.
And build them. That's all I'm saying. Hold on.
Because they know how to do it. People
Yeah.
know how to do it here in America.
Because the places they are calling gentrified, right?
Yeah.
I have seen places where they've gentrified. The place was a complete shithole.
Mm-hmm.
But other people, bought it and turned it into something else.
Right.
But St. James, the conversation is going really well. And Mimi, do you guys have any last words? Because we've been here. It's going on it's over 3 hours. So
Okay.
if you guys have any last words, you can say it. Actually, yeah.
First, I just want to say, don't confuse the real Pan Africans with these YouTube Pan Africans. People like Kwame Nkrumah and like uh, what do you call again? The other Jamaican that we always use
Who,
as
Marcus Garvey?
Marcus Garvey.
Oh, you mean where are those guys?
Okay, I know that you're gonna come with Marcus Garvey never came to Africa.
No, 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 no. I'm just asking where are they now?
They're all gone.
They're all
But
dead.
yeah, but
I
people
rest
like
I rest I rest my case.
okay, people like Kwame Nkrumah
Uh,
and other like our forefathers that fight for Pan Africanists so that Africa can have their own ideology is different from what is going on this YouTube. What is going on in this YouTube is a real joke. That's why I said I am not into all these foolish Pan Africanists. Like Khalifa Saleh is a real Pan Africanist. He teaches Africans to understand how the world works. All they want is like for Africa to have their own ideology so that other people cannot come and take advantage of them. And with that, we have a long way to go.
I
So this is
agree.
with the Pan African, the real Pan African, and I don't want people to confuse it with what is going on
Oh
with this
man,
YouTube.
somebody's Mimi, hold on. I think that was you.
Oh, that's me.
Okay, I hear you
Is it
now.
good now?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Okay.
my thought because before I come, I see that you guys are having it confused, and there are people like Africans, Sheikh Anta Job, Amilcar Cabral, that really fought so hard for Africa to come, to be united and have their independence. And these were the real Pan-Africanists that whatever is going on right now, most of them don't even know about Sheikh Anta Diop. They don't even know about Amilcar Cabral and all those Pan Africanists that were fighting for our freedom. So let's not bring these people that came lately, like 3-4 years ago, trying to bring their own ideology, trying to change everything that our forefathers fight for. So that's all I gotta say.
Thank
It's
you.
two different things.
like I just want to say something real quick. You said like whenever people talk about racism, like they can't really explain what racism is, right?
Right.
Like here's I mean like here's what racism is, or at least what it is from what I see it. Yeah, I mean it's basically the same as bigotry or prejudice. The feeling the feeling that your race is superior to the other, but and like here's how it's been. Like racism has a more of a power dynamic has more of a power and privilege dynamic to it. You know what I'm saying? Like racism is a little more institutional than say plain bigotry or prejudice. Like Jim Crow and apartheid, those are examples of racism. The Southern strategy created by Lee Atwater, which is used to target white Americans using certain code words, like say welfare queen or crack houses, other than as
So
Lee Atwater says.
hold on. Let me ask you something there. So
Sure.
So are you telling me if so saying welfare queen, calling a crack house, or calling a somebody welfare queen a welfare queen, that's a racist thing? Is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, if it's you. When people hear welfare queen in this country, they automatically think someone who they automatically think black woman.
Okay,
You know what I'm saying?
do
I'm
we
not
have,
saying
do
that there
we,
can't be
but what I'm saying,
white welfare queens,
okay,
right?
hold on. Let's be real. Black women call themselves queens, don't they?
I guess so.
Okay, they call themselves queen, and if there's several of them on welfare, do you think is fair to refer to them by their right title? They're called queens. They are on welfare, so that makes the person a welfare queen. That's not racist.
I
That's
mean,
just, if you call a crack house a crack house, why would that be racist? Why you want them to call the crack house the bubble tea house?
I'm. Here's the thing. Yeah, there are some literal instances, but let's be honest. Nobody likes to be on welfare.
I
Welfare
don't.
queen is somebody
Well,
who
I cannot.
generally
I
likes to
cannot
be on
speak
welfare.
for. But what I'm saying, there are some people who enjoy, welfare. What it is free money to them. So I don't know many people who would not take that free money. So if people are offended about being referred to by their exact title, that's on them. If other people are getting offended by that, like for instance, if you talk to blacks, they would tell you, they're like, oh, we keep it real, we are all about it. They would tell you quickly, they would tell you, the white person, we keep it real to your face. They tell African, they keep it real with everybody. But when you keep it real, it's racist. Because this is the problem. Why can't we call a crack house a crack house? But if you call somebody's house that is not a crack house, yeah, I have a problem with that. That is, misrepresentation. But let's say a welfare queen. If you call a welfare queen, the Queen of Sheba, you would be misleading the people. Or you call the Queen of Sheba, a welfare queen, then that would be misleading. But she calls herself a queen, I'm a black queen, and she's on welfare. That makes her a welfare queen. I see no problem in that.
If that's literally what they are, then yeah, you use it as much as they want. But I was actually mainly referring to like politics. You know what I'm saying? Like
But there
there's
is
something called like
truth.
this.
There is a lot of truth to a lot of the stereotypes that have been thrown, right?
There are a lot of there's some level of truth to every negative stereotype about
But
everyone.
why?
It's not just about
Why is it
not just about
negative?
us.
But what I'm saying, okay, you see how you're saying it's not about us. You've put yourself in that group. So the moment you put yourself in a group, it would be hard to speak the truth. Because if these people they don't want to be, they're ashamed of being on welfare, why be on it? Like if you are on welfare, you enjoy it, or whatever. Hey, why would you care about what some stranger is saying? Who cares? Just get to the store, swipe your EBT card, get your shrimps, your steaks, and you're welcome on the taxpayer's dime. You see what I'm saying? But we all know this. We see these queens that call themselves the queens of Wakanda. You and I don't know if you were paying attention one time when they cut, their welfare checks got delayed. Wasn't it, Wakandan queens we saw on the internet, on the news, lining up, talking about how you're going to give us our welfare checks. You're going to give us our EBT cards. So it would only be fair. It would only be fair to describe it for what it is, But I understand also if somebody is using that to try to, I don't know, apply it to every black person, because getting welfare is a legal thing in this country. You can get it, if you're qualified for it. But if you don't want to be on it, you're ashamed of it, I suggest you work harder. You do something different. You cannot control how people think. You cannot control what people see. Because some people can delude themselves about what they are seeing, but others would call it for what exactly it is. That's just the difference.
I mean that is true, but let's not say there's no racism in this country. Like,
That's why I want there
this
is there
country
is
has had like a long history
discrimination.
of racism.
No, there is discrimination for sure. The reason why, because what they are calling racist, right, is usually an evil act, evil thing. But when you don't describe it, it muddies the water, because that's what I'm saying. Like, even the LGBTQRST people, now when you say things they don't like, they say you are being racist. The skinny white liberals, the ones drinking on this, the vegans, do you know they are using the word racist as well? They are muddying it. But if you,
Yeah,
instead of saying racist, you describe it exactly. You describe what is happening, which is it's an evil thing. The deed, if it's an evil deed. But how can you call me evil if I see a queen on welfare and call them a welfare queen? Why is that racist? That's not against anybody else. That's not against an entire race of people. They are just describing the queens that are on welfare. That's it. If you're a queen that's not on welfare, you need not worry.
I mean, if you're talking about like an individual who actually is one, then you're right. But if you're using that as a generalization for an entire group, then yeah, that is that is it's- yeah, that is prejudice.
Chima,
That is very
Chima,
big. That is
Chima,
very bigoted. Yo,
Chima. When somebody's on crack, what do you call them?
like you call them a crackhead, no matter what they are.
But the dolphin, you call them dolphin.
You call them a Delphine, no matter who they are.
Right. So a welfare queen is who they are as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
In
It's not
in the
difficult, right? It's easy. Like
yeah,
it's simple.
Chima, you know why I'm able to make the argument for this? Because I know that the most, like, I remember the most popular person they featured to be called a welfare queen in local news where I live many, many years ago. Guess what color she was?
I'm guessing black, right?
No, 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 no. She was
Or was she
Caucasian.
white?
She was white.
Like, I mean, to be
Okay.
honest,
She was white.
most people
And she was
most
on
people on welfare
welfare.
are white.
But
Yeah,
white,
we already know that most people on welfare are white, but
well,
here's the thing. That's not how the media markets it. You know what I'm saying? That's not how the American media
well,
markets it.
right. Well, obviously, it's going to be more white people on welfare because there is more white people in America. But if you go by population proportion, you compare like overall white population, if you're just looking at whites, the amount of them on welfare versus the black population, you compare it, if it was the same amount of population size, the blacks would be way more. There's way, so But
I
also,
mean,
just like they
me
said,
personally,
there is more. People don't know this. Also, there's way more poor white people in America than there is black. But you wouldn't know that if you're talking to, you know, listen to the media or you talk to black people. So would you say black people tend to wear this victimhood on their sleeve so much that even things they can overcome by themselves, they just call it racism and then they go tell the story that way?
what things they can overcome by themselves, like like the foolishness, yeah, that can. But if it's like but if it's but if it's like certain institutions, then no, that they don't control, then no. If it's stuff that they can control, then yes, you, yes, they can fix that.
Yeah.
But if they but if it's an institution that they don't control, a powerful one, then sorry, then they can't.
Yes. Now, okay. Now we're talking. If you say institutions, okay, now we can be on board on how to tackle that. It will be hard for a single individual to do that, but it doesn't mean you're not going to do the legwork. Let's say an institution is known, like they have a record, there's proven record that they discriminate against, people of certain color, and definitely we would have to address that. Just like in America now, it's legal to discriminate against white people. You see? A white person
I
and a
wouldn't
black.
say that.
Okay, did you see the video? A white person and a black person getting in an argument? These are grown adults. Later, the black people came with the mob. They arrested this man, because they said he uttered hate speech. Come on, man. This is the United States of America. What are you talking about? Like, it's freedom of speech. Like, I'm not threatening you. Yeah, they said the guy called him a monkey. So what? I can call somebody a monkey if I want to. That doesn't mean you have to put your hands on me. That doesn't mean, I should be arrested for it.
I mean, to be honest, like I mean, me personally, I don't really know the entire details of that, but like all like like what I did hear was that the guy had like a previous record.
But what's that
don't
have
take my
to do?
word on that, though.
But what's that have to do with him? Do you understand, like, black people, what you are arguing for? You are arguing for to prove that black people are weak. So you're saying a grown black adult cannot go toe to toe, face to face, and argue with a white man without him crying, other blacks coming, jumping around, trying to attack, to burn this place down. They had to get the police to arrest this man. But when Pookie and Ray Ray are running around the hood, clapping at everyone, giving them lead poisoning, they are shooting, children, stray bullets. They don't act like that. They don't bring that smoke because Pookie and Ray Ray are not going to play that. But of course, they are going to attack a white person because they know the white person is going to follow the law. So literally, black people are asking for a separate law. So therefore, if you are given that separate law, guess what? That means you'll be treated differently. But I understand black people are not looking to be treated equally. They want to be given preference over everybody else. As we can see, even in African countries, they are giving the request. There's no such thing as white privilege, but there is black privilege. This is true.
I mean, me personally, I kind of disagree with that, but
Really?
I do know where you're
Really?
coming
Do you
from,
see
though.
all these black people they are hiring? Have you seen TV lately? Have you looked around? The mayors, all these people, all the incompetent blacks, but they are hired because they are black. We're seeing this. It's not based in merits. We know this. Because how are you going to put somebody in charge of a city, who can't even run their household? We obviously know because it's that black privilege. But okay, let's be real. If being black in America is not a good thing, why do we find white women who are pretending to pass for black? Because you get the job. They are getting the job because they are black. They know this. They will go and tan, change their hair color. We're seeing these things on the news. The most popular one, we have Rachel Dolezal. You've heard of Rachel Dolezal.
Yeah, of course.
She did that for economic benefit. Okay? She did that for economic benefit. So there is money in being black. Man, we can go forever, but we've hit 4 hours. I definitely want to come to the end of the show. But hey, Chima, thanks for coming, man. You're always welcome here.
Oh yeah, definitely. Thanks for having me again.
Hey, no problem. Thank you so much. And St. James, do you have any last words?
Man, thank you for having me to this conversation, man. You said 4 hours. I didn't even check the time.
I know it's 4 hours on the dot, man.
Wow, that was a long one, but you touched on everything that we wanted to talk about. Like you said, man, I know, like you said, some people are going to watch this video and feel like Africans are against Pan-Africanism. We are not against it. We had good people back then in Africa that promoted that. We know what that is.
Mm-hmm.
And, but the one we are showing right now on YouTube, they are nothing compared to what we used to.
Yeah.
Right? And I hope this video can help.
Well,
our brothers and sisters already on the continent or the one that are preparing to go to the continent to at least do better. For all of us, please do better, man. You know what I'm saying? This is, like you said, this is for us by us. We don't have to talk about white people. We don't have to talk about anybody. But after watching this video, I feel like we need to have an honest conversation.
Thank you so much.
With our people. Right. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it.
Hey, no problem.
I'll see you soon.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the show. And I see that somebody loved this broadcast so much, they decided to give it a thumbs down. Nice people out here. But make sure you like, share this video with your favorite Pan-Africanist. I will be back again to give you the news on black excellence in Chicago. What is going on in Chicago? People are getting shot in traffic. In broad daylight, people are getting attacked. Thank you so much for joining us. Empowered Ado is going to have a video about this. Of course, she says she's a lawyer. She's an affirmative action hire because there's no way she's a lawyer. Thank you. Make sure you subscribe. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the show. I will see you again.
Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, the roots. Go to the roots, to the roots. Yeah, man, you know, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing to the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth. Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment. The Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, you know, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!